What's up, everybody?
What's up?
Did they change the music?
Yeah.
That was
100%.
kind of crappy music.
Yeah, the last one was definitely better.
One of the reasons I came back to StreamYard is because of the way how easy it is to open these streams, and that didn't get me excited at all. How you doing, buddy? It's been about I think it's been like 4 weeks, almost a month. Since,
I was gonna say it's either
we had
3
you
or
on
4
here.
weeks. Yeah, it's either
Yep.
3 or 4 weeks. I'm doing well, dude.
Awesome.
As you know, just got back from a trip, so kind of just settling back into the week.
Now this is because you were originally deported, and now
Yeah, I was gonna
back,
say
right?
they made a mistake, and I got sent to that high maximum prison in
El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador, which sucked, but they got my papers mixed up with someone else.
That happened.
Yeah,
I mean,
and now I'm seeking reparations for my time.
Oh, right, dude. Now, are you going after? Are you going after our government, or are you going? Or sorry, my government? Or are you going after the El Salvadorian government?
I'm going after both. I want money from both of them. It's gonna fix all my problems.
Yeah,
well, what a great way! What a great way to enter the stream.
Hope everyone is having a great day. I guess night now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is Friday. It's the end of the week. I took today off because I can.
Yeah, I figured when I saw you at 10 a.m. streaming, I was like, all right, this guy definitely is not at work today.
Yeah, I thought about taking my birthday off, but I decided not to. So I took the day after off. So a lot of stuff has happened this past week.
It has.
Like, this is, normally I feel like sometimes we kind of struggle to find some things to talk about.
Yeah.
And sometimes we'll end up going a little deeper than, some other people might. But pretty easy to talk about some shit today.
Like almost too much, right? It's like you're dry, and then they dump. Well, it is because of the CinemaCon, which we'll get into, but it's a lot.
So one thing, did you ever play CD Designs? What's up, man? Did you ever play Minecraft?
No. I've played the game, but like, when you ask play, like, do you mean like seriously started a world and build a bunch of stuff with it? No, I've not done that. I've like played with my little brother before.
Yeah. So someone has been sharing clips from it because I guess it came out today.
Like a new Minecraft? Oh,
no, the movie.
Yeah.
And this is an actual clip from it. And let's just go ahead and get the whole stream demonetized. Who gives a shit?
What? There's still some negative space back there. I'm trying to close the gaps. Okay, now get ready.
That looks ridiculous.
Safety, I understand.
Well, isn't this movie
what the fuck?
Isn't this movie currently rated the worst movie on IMDb right now? Like, over?
No, that's Snow White.
Oh, it is? Okay, that must have been the post.
This is, I mean, what's up, Bobby? This looks
what's up, Bobby?
This looks terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I had no inclination to.
Like, this is literally Toy Story. This is just Toy Story.
I mean, Toy Story is levels above this.
I mean, fair point you there on that. But I just mean this whole, like, this is falling with style right here.
Yeah, that's true. I see what you're saying. When they're going behind, when they're stuck to the string. Yeah.
Dude, have you seen that? Oh, this is terrible. Have you seen that edit that goes around every now and then of that scene? And then when they get ready to fly to the back of the truck. Yeah, they turn into the 747 and fly into the.
Yeah, that. I mean,
that's terrible.
I would 100%. That's my type of edit.
I've seen one that Ronnie made like that. It was pretty.
Yeah,
good.
with me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. So definitely a no-go on that movie.
For sure.
Yeah. So we got a couple things to talk about. There's some relatively minor things to go over, I think, here in the beginning while we wait for people to flow in and stuff to start. One being
are more people showing up?
You mean in the chat or in here?
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you in the chat.
Potato, I think.
Yeah.
So you saw this in my Discord, which, by the way, if everyone, the link for my Discord is in the description. Love to have you over there. Apparently, Meryl Streep is being rumored to be the voice of Aslan in Greta Gerwig's Narnia films.
Well, and initially when it came out, it was, she was offered the role at one point. But then now I'm seeing from but that was just from some random Twitter account. And then now I'm seeing Deadline. I posted it and they're like, Deadline is posting about it. And they're like, no, she's like in talks for the role.
Now, even though Deadline couldn't get right Val Kilmer's Batman tribute, this scares me even more.
Well, I'm not saying they're perfect, but like when Variety, Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, when they start kind of reporting on stuff, they're at least doing at least bare minimum due diligence. I would trust them over, again, a random random Twitter account.
Yeah, because who was it? Discussing Films cites Nexus Point News, a website I don't think I've ever heard of, but a solid logo.
Well, and I would actually argue that it's, if not equally, it's actually worse than the casting for Snape. They're going hand in hand, I think, and depending on which franchise you like more. Obviously, Harry Potter's the bigger book franchise and movie franchise, but at the end of the day, just in terms of castings, those are it's right hand and left hand, in my opinion.
Well, it's the let's see. Who was I talking about this with? I remember I was talking to I can't remember their name. I feel terrible about this, but if they're watching, they'll know.
Pilgrim?
No, I was talking to someone about I was scrolling through Twitter or YouTube or something the other day, and an interview with Jason Isaacs, who played Lucius Malfoy, popped up, and he was talking about how he had gotten the costuming for Lucius done. Apparently, prior to him showing up on set, the costume was just like a pinstripe suit with his jet black hair. And he was like, but that's not Lucius. Why would Lucius would never dress up as a muggle? That's what y'all have him dress up as. So he went around collecting things and being like, okay, he's gonna have long flowing hair because the muggles don't have long flowing hair. He's gonna wear like trappings of finery, and his wand is gonna be hidden in this cane because that's unique and different and stuff that the muggles wouldn't do. Yeah. And so what you have is a actor that understands his character, or at the very least has read the source material, and goes on set and says, y'all are wrong. This is, and I always bring up Lord of the Rings because obviously, and I've said before that it's not fair to judge modern Hollywood or any Hollywood in general by the Lord of the Rings because it's such a unnatural phenomenon for a movie. But one thing that you can judge is everyone on that set had either had or was reading the books. Yeah. And there are videos of Ian McKellen. Nope. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I said his last name wrong. Walking around with the book in his hand, reading the chapters that he is about to go film to make sure he gets it right.
Not only were they doing that or being told to do that, nowadays you have actors being like, oh, I specifically didn't want to read the source material
because I wanted to do my version.
Yeah. And where I was going with that is that you find a lot of the times with these like miscasts, directors, directors casting, like regardless, like you've got both actors and directors making it more about them, interpreting whatever story they're doing rather than just telling the story that's already been told. And it's bad enough when you're doing a remake of a remake, so there's already a rendition of what you're doing before you, and you're going to shoot yourself in the foot by doing something completely opposite of that, or by not doing yourself the justice of actually reading up on the material that you should be and trying to pay homage.
Let's look at Harry Potter with that frame of mind.
Yeah.
So in 2001, when the first Harry Potter movie comes out, let's say it comes out in I believe it came out in September. Sorcerer's Stone release date. November 16th. So around the same time, there were probably 3 or 4 other things that were coming out that a 10-year-old kid would want to go see.
Yeah.
So what Warner has to do in 2001 is get the mom or dad to say no to 3 things and yes to 1. Now what Warner has to do is get the 35-year-old man or 35-year-old girl or the parent or whatever to say no to 1,000 things and yes to their thing. Yeah. So sitting there and you're already starting behind the 8 ball because you've already basically told us that it's not going to be as good as the movie because you're casting incorrectly. You're just there's no way around it.
Well, you're showing not only
bad job.
You're not only showing incompetence, you're showing a lack of care, and that like what's going to motivate someone to want it. And okay, kid stuff's a little bit different, but like for adults like us, when it comes to franchises like Harry Potter and like Narnia, these are extremely revered. Same with Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. Like these franchises are extremely revered by a lot of people for decades and generations. And so to like go like when people start throwing around like the racism and sexism and you just don't want these certain people to be in these roles because you just don't want them to exist. It's so melodramatic, and it's Absolutely. Like it's not the case at all. Like really, like we don't care about that stuff. We care about you showing. And look, I didn't read the books for both Harry Potter or I've read like 3 of them, but like I haven't read Narnia at all.
Yeah.
Actually, I did read 2 of those, but like that was when I was a kid. You get what I'm saying, though, right?
Absolutely.
That like these are really respected franchises. So and again, like I said it before that there's already visual representations of these, and so you already are being compared, and so what, like your only goal shouldn't even to be out competing what came previously. It should be being honest about the fresh take that you're giving and actually give us a new take with new up-to-date VFX and stuff like that.
Yes.
But like that's fine if you wanted to do that, if that was your goal. But it seems every time they do these remakes and reboots, they are trying to change it fundamentally, and that's where the issue comes from. It's not the casting's part of it, but really it's the fact that they're showing a complete lack of disregard and lack of care for what we want or for what we've grown up loving, Yeah.
Because see, the thing is, if the Harry Potter show is bad, which indications are looking like it's not going to be great.
Yeah.
We're not going to watch it. We're going to go watch the Harry Potter movies. And what they need to do is the same thing that theaters and movies are trying to do. They need to put butts in seats. In order to do that, they need to make a product that is superior to the one we already have. What they can't go and turn off the one we already have, like what video game companies do. They can't turn off your ability to go play these old games, so that you have to buy the new versions. So when they tell us that they're going to make a product that's better, and then they keep making these choices that make it look like they're not, they just make the vast majority of people uninterested.
Well, and so it's like, for example, because Daredevil's out right now, and I won't linger on this too long, but like with Daredevil, the showrunner and director, what did he do for the full month leading up to the release of the show? All he did was compare what he did with Netflix's version.
Yeah.
And every interview he did, he brought it up. And I don't remember the exact quotes, but it was along the lines of, I think fans are going to really appreciate what we did here. And we tried to, you know, where in comparison to the Netflix show and so on and so forth. And it's just at the end of the day, like I feel like he was doing that because he knew it wasn't going to deliver to the fans of the original.
Well, and I feel like that became a point that people made around the second interview. It was like, oh, so this is your attempt now, huh? Yeah. So this is what your entire press tour is about, is gaslighting us. And then they did the same thing that your boyfriend Druckmann did.
I'll let that one go. It's early on in the show. I'll let that one slide.
Yeah, they did the same thing. They raised the bar on those first two episodes, first 2 or 3 episodes, and then it was just like, holy shit, what am I watching? Halfway through the season, it's like
not even third episode. Yeah, you're like, what is
this exactly?
And you know, when it comes to Daredevil, it seems exactly like what he was talking about, that he forgot he was making a Daredevil story and forgot he needed to write a good story. And every episode it seems like he's trying to one up the Netflix and focusing on all the wrong things. That. Yeah.
The Netflix show did not try to, not that it really had to try hard, but it did not try to one up the Daredevil movie from
which it did.
It did a lot.
And look,
it didn't have to try hard.
It's not a sorry, go on. I didn't mean to cut you off.
But it did everything that I think a Daredevil fan was looking for.
Yeah. And what I was rudely interrupting you with was that it's not a perfect show. You know, it's not.
No, the third season is not nearly as good as the first 2.
And there's even filler and exposition like any other show has, right?
Compared to what I've heard, I haven't even watched the damn thing. Dude, compared to what I've heard, holy shit, it's Citizen Kane.
I saw someone's explanation on Twitter, like the worst episode of the Netflix Daredevil show is better than every single episode that we've gotten so far, and it's completely true. Like,
well, it's like, you know, take the first 7 seasons of Game of Thrones. The worst episode is better than every single episode of House of the Dragon.
I completely agree with that. Agree with that.
There are amazing episodes of House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
But they are not better than those first 7 seasons of Game of Thrones.
For sure.
And I still say that one of the best scenes and one of the best payoff scenes in all of television for me is the throne room scene in season 1 of House of the Dragon. But that doesn't make that episode one of the best episodes.
The one where his mask falls off.
Crown falls off. But
sorry,
Crown. Where he's walking in.
He took it off.
Yeah. Well, and especially because when I heard the doors opening as Rhaenyra turns around, I assumed it was Corlys Velaryon.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, he's coming here to tell everyone to shut the hell up. And then the King's Guard starts with the titles, and I was like, oh, no, that's so cool.
As far as like giving you the vibe of what's it called, of Westeros or the Red Keep, like I think it was flawlessly done in that sense, like really, like down to every character in that scene. But you know, I didn't mean to take us on a tangent there. I just thought it was relevant to what we were talking about.
Absolutely. You know? Yeah. So the last, actually, we'll move on to one of our bigger topics, and I will save this one for a little bit later. I have to check the list again to see what my next topic is. 1923.
All right.
So you've got words for.
Yeah, I don't really want to. I don't really want to go into like a complete bitching rant. So, is there anything like you specifically wanted to talk about prior?
All right, so
just go into
there are real quick. Let me hit what Bobby asked. I did not see the trailer. I know several people that have. There are a lot of people that say that it feels like Naked Gun. I never saw Naked Gun. I'm not a giant fan of. I'm not really sure how to even describe that comedy, but I'm just not a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
When Americans do it, shockingly, I really enjoy it when Brits do it, but they both do it. When Americans do it well, they do it really well. And Naked Gun is an example of that. I'm just.
See, I don't even know Naked Gun. Is it like situational comedy? Is that what you're talking about? Or
it's wordplay.
Oh,
it's airplane, basically. Slapstick. But I love Monty Python and I love Fawlty Towers. Well, and Jeremy, that is what's funny about this, because the original guy, I don't remember how to say his name, but it is actually close to Liam Neeson. Leslie something, right?
Well, so Sundowners Club, if you were on stream too, you could talk about Game of Thrones, but it's a conversation.
You could, yeah.
I'm not going to just let Caleb talk to the screen and ignore him because I'm not an expert on it.
I appreciate that. Leslie Nielsen. Close to Liam Neeson. I think it's hilarious that they're doing that. And I hope that's one of the reasons, because it's really funny in my opinion. But he was a serious actor prior to doing Airplane and Naked Gun. And then he started doing the slapstick stuff and obviously did a really good job. I just can't get into it. So 1923, and Sundowners, if you want to come on and talk about 1923, I will shoot you the link as well, buddy.
We're going to give him a second to hop on before we jump in.
Well, I'll start talking about my opinions about the show so far. So, we just finished episode
6. Sorry, we're on 6.
So we have two more
7,
episodes.
8, and 9.
Yeah,
7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
So 7 and 8. My bad.
Okay. We have
7,
2 more episodes. We have 2 hours of the entire story left.
And this is my biggest gripe.
And nothing. Well, and stuff has happened, but too much has happened. We have not the pieces. Well, when I say too much, too much of too little has happened.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So let's say I'm going to use all 4 of these fingers right here.
Yeah.
Looking like this. So let's say all 4 people started here. Okay. Here's Harrison Ford of Montana. Okay. Everyone is now here. Well, it's like we need everyone here now.
To put it simply, a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and like, what is the point of the storyline with the mob?
Yeah,
like why did that happen? We didn't need that to happen.
I was talking to Sean. We've got kind of he's got his own theory about that. He's thinking it's kind of foreshadowing for another project. I kind of agree with him on that.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
For 1943 is where they're going next.
But why did we? That's fine. But why did we have to spend 2 episodes worth of Spencer's story? With him dealing with the mob.
So essentially,
just have them say thanks very much, guys, and go off to Montana.
Yeah, and you know what, the biggest issue I have with it is that this story should be about this second part of the story, and we only have 2 seasons. And if there was another season or another 2 seasons, I'd be like, okay, this wasn't a huge banger, but like we can go on,
good slow burn.
Yeah, but this is not the case, and so it feels like it's being stretched out for God knows why, and I think mainly the first season was kind of the, he reads the letters and goes, shit, I got to get home. And it ends on that cliffhanger. He should have been home fighting for the ranch within 2 or 3 episodes, in my opinion.
I would have had him walking in on episode 3.
You don't have to do the fight, obviously not. You can build up to that, but you can see him. He's starting to build his army, that type of thing. That's how this season should have been. And all we've gotten is a story about Spencer and why am I drawing a blank on her name? Alexandra. Sorry, that was stupid. But that's what the whole season's been about so far.
English is hard.
Yeah. Anyway, you know what I'm saying though, is like, it's been
not only that, because obviously it was going to be that whole love story. Sheridan loves his love stories, but it's been like you're playing Monopoly and you keep rolling ones.
Yeah,
and you should have been by odds, like you should have been rolling some 5s and 6s by now.
And since we're on the topic of just like it being stretched out too much, I from the start of this series, even in season 1, have not cared about the Rainwaters and their ordeal. And I thought, based off of last episode based off the last episode when Pete gets killed and her dad goes, "We can go home now." God damn it! This is the worst. No, it's an inside.
Texting him.
It's an inside joke because Chris always calling him my boyfriend, motherfucker. Of course
you know him. You kind of like him, but he hasn't put anything out in months. It's the Sundowners Club.
What's up, buddy?
2 weeks, you faggot.
Oh, we can say
27 minutes in, dude.
We can say slurs now.
Hey, look. I bought a cock ring.
Nice. All right, stop trolling. Take him out. Take him out of here so we can finish our thoughts on this, and then we'll bring him back in for the other stuff.
27 minutes in, buddy.
No. So where I was going with that is that with the Rainwater situation, I thought last episode when Pete died and he tells her we can go home, I was like, okay, so maybe the Rainwaters have been in this series the whole time because they're actually going to help fight for the ranch.
So do we know that she's a Rainwater?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tiana Rainwater.
Yeah.
So damn. So I had told Sundowners that my theory was she's either Rainwater's mother or grandmother, depending on age, or
grandmother.
Yeah, or she's Kelsey or the son.
Casey's wife.
But
grandfather-in-law's mother.
So thematically, it would have worked a lot better than what he did if they end up going, they go through this whole charade, they get back up to Montana, and they get somehow cross paths with a Dutton. They end up fighting for the ranch, and that like thematically would play a role with the whole Yellowstone stuff because then they become adversaries, and it still plays
finding Alexandra in this car.
Exactly. Okay, we can get there because that's one of my issues with the last episode. But like, you know what I'm saying though. Like her whole point when Pete died and her dad died, and now she's just stuck out there by herself. She kills the priest. Okay, so what was the point of having her in this series? Like because now
she's too far away now.
She's a completely pointless character now, so they're probably going to use her as more filler for the next 2 episodes to fill gaps, and she's just making her way back up to Montana. And maybe they do a tie-in of some sort, but they kind of lost me on that plot line. I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
The thing that's annoying is that I feel like Taylor has gone around with that storyline 3 times now. Like we hated the priest, and then there was a bit of okay. I mean, maybe he's not so bad. Then we hated him again, and then he killed the marshal, and it was like okay, maybe he does have like some sort of redeemable quality, and then he's an asshole again.
Well, keep in mind his role as the head of that school and everything for the girls was to save their souls and convert them to Christianity. So that's his mission. So they didn't show them it alluded to that maybe it happened in the past, but they didn't show them beating all the girls, the ones that were not compliant, like Tiana. They use physical abuse, but so he sees this marshal killing everybody, and that's not. I mean, there's different shades of evil, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
That stuff all makes sense. I just felt the way he wrapped up last episode was some of the laziest writing I've seen from him ever.
Yeah,
personally, I really did. What he did with Jack at the end. I mean, Jack went out like a total. He went out like a total bitch, and then also go
real quick. Spoilers, everybody. If you haven't seen it yet, we apologize, but we're gonna spoil the shit out of it here. Jack, first off, you have the audacity to say that you are the second best gun in Montana.
That's actually
the guy that's awarded the Medal of Honor. Let's say it's correct.
But that's actually to his character. That's to his character. He's cocky. He's arrogant.
Which is fine, but it's episode 6, and we haven't seen any of that cocky or arrogance this entire season.
Except, that's true. But then he goes, except for the part where he goes, "I'm going to go off and find them," and then I knew it right there. I was like, something's going to happen.
And then he goes 10 feet into the woods, hides, gets called out. And then he puts away his gun.
Yeah. No, I agree with you completely. It was.
Can we talk about what absolutely blows my mind? Hopefully I don't have. Am I having a delay in my?
Yeah, you are. You are a little.
Your Elgato keeps popping up saying,
"Okay,
you just sped
up." It's a little better now.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So I'll fix it in a second. Can we talk about how I agree with everything everybody's saying? Like, if this was not the final season, it wouldn't be as big of a deal that they're taking 5 or 6 episodes to get Alexandra and Spencer back home. But this is the final season, and you've got 2 episodes left, and so we've all agreed that this season has up to now been disappointing. It's been way too slow. But have you seen the viewership numbers for this season?
I have not. No, are they? I assume they're good.
56% higher than season 1.
Holy shit!
Well, there's nothing else out right now. I've been saying
that's
every
also
time
a fair point.
Every time we bring,
the only thing running up against it is Reacher, and they're on opposite sides of the week.
Yeah. So okay, no. I mean, Sean, that's a completely valid point. I mean, like it's definitely a huge show. It's
17 million people. 17 million people a week.
I get it, but I mean, we've talked about this before, though, that like just because you have a lot of viewers doesn't just like inherently mean the show is well written and well done. And that's what I think is happening right now, based off of what Sheridan's done for himself and the success he's made. I'm not trying to put him down. It's just like what he's done and doing with his current shows. I'm like, so you've got Yellowstone. I didn't think Yellowstone season 5 part 2, from what I heard, was a complete disaster. I don't even want to watch. I don't even want to finish it out, to be honest. And then you have Landman, which I think like was okay, but again, like pretty boring, and a lot of that stupid like dinner table scenes, and like you didn't have much happening. But then you also have this.
Landman was pretty good for about 85% for me.
Yeah, I agree. I'll agree with that.
And then, but the wife and daughter storyline went on way too long, and way too like pornographic.
Yeah,
like, it was,
for sure.
It was very adult oriented, and I found that really annoying.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. And the way he wrapped up the Rainwaters, and with the dad dying, because I thought I was like waiting the whole season. I was waiting for the dad, and last season waiting for the dad to be a complete like badass and like be like the father that needs to protect his daughter, and like all it was him dragging her around Texas, pretty much. And so then he kills him off. Then we get the whole bullshit with Jack. Jack didn't do shit all season, and then just dies off in the 6th episode. And then you have, which I'm sure you guys have thoughts on, you have Alexandra just being stuck out in the snow. How the fuck is a pregnant woman stuck out in the snow gonna find her way back, unless miraculously by plot armor someone comes up and saves her?
It's 100% going to be plot armor. And the thing that's annoying is this is going to be like full plate 10-piece suit plot armor. But for most of this show and a lot of what Sheridan writes, there's a helmet, maybe a chest plate of plot armor. It's not like it's not nearly. This is wild because what we've already seen is they leave that gas station, and the old lady says, make sure you get on that train in 15 miles because there's not another one of these after.
Yeah.
And we know that they've definitely gone more than 15 miles because not only is the gas tank empty, but they're in a full-blown blizzard. And the Brits are dead, which first off, I fucking love the Brits. They were awesome.
They were. And bro, okay, Alexandra has been mugged, raped, and now stranded out in the fucking mountains.
Yeah.
There's only one way she gets out of there, with a full thick jacket of plot armor.
Well, she's got to get saved. There's no
exactly.
Well, and Sundowners and I were talking about this the other day. I was hoping that because I hadn't looked, but I was hoping that when the daughter starts talking during the narration and the camera starts zooming out, I was hoping there was a railroad or next to it. So it was going to be So it was going to be like, oh, there. I mean, it's a 1923 train. They could probably stop a little bit easier than.
But then all the trains are frozen over right now.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, and I mean, we can be like, okay, well, they're past that town. The gas station attendant told them to get on the train in that town. Maybe there's a train there, so maybe it makes sense. But yeah, there isn't a single thing in that entire final picture.
So there could be. So it's either going to be the old lady back at the place they were at where they got gas.
Oh yeah, who has a better car than the rich Brits?
Well, we didn't see that, but we do know that she knows the weather she knows the conditions in the land, so she knows she looks at her. There's a moment where she looks at the girl and she's Alexandra, and she's like, don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And she walks out the door. So it's either going to be that old lady coming to get help, or it's going to be when they were driving the car earlier, Alexandra passed a Native American.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's. I think it's gonna be. It's gonna end up being a bunch of Native Americans with
those could be crows.
Yeah,
and
they're not gonna be in cars. They're gonna be on horseback or something.
But they could give her some sort of. And
but the problem is that then means that she's not getting back. She's not getting to Yellowstone in the next episode. She's going to spend the entirety of the next episode in that car, getting saved.
Probably, but and then I don't think we've seen the last of Mamie Fawcett, the marshal. I think she's going to find Tiana.
Yeah, and she's probably the one that brings her up to the Crow.
Yeah,
it's just why we don't need that. And I mean, it has nothing to do with Montana.
Literally, all we've seen, because what annoyed me was, it would have been better if Tiana's runaway is what brought Mamie Fawcett to Texas to then find Spencer and get him back home, which is kind of what happened. But there's no point for the runaway because he was already in Dallas.
Yeah. Well, and back to just what we were talking about previously, the whole point of these 1923, the whole kind of Sheridan verse when it comes to Yellowstone is about protecting the ranch, is it not?
Yeah.
And we got a little bit of that, sure, with Harrison Ford, but none of these side plots that we've just been talking about have anything to do with that. It's all. Go. It looks like you want to.
Let me interject real quick.
Yeah.
Star Wars Dog pops in for a $20 super chat saying, "Happy birthday yesterday. Welcome to 30." Yeah, I woke up this morning and my knees popped and everything just hurts now.
Shit.
Bro, my knees have been popping for 5 years.
Give it 15 to 20 years, buddy.
Oh my gosh. Just for that, Jim, I'm going to play you this. I think you'll enjoy this one.
Now, Richie, do you have any kids?
Never had a date.
Clark?
Never spoke to a girl.
Gus?
Oh my god, that is a good clip. I've never spoke to a girl.
That's Ronnie level.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That is good.
Oh.
But yeah, you know,
Yeah.
spinning wheel of death. That's what you should have added there. But yeah, you know, that's my biggest gripe probably for the whole season and actually series, to be honest, because if like the way it's ending, like we said, we've got 2 hours to wrap this whole thing up. And so I actually think Sean, what you and I have been talking about with the future of the he's going to Las Vegas or
they're clearly going to bring in the Maceo brothers because it's a real history.
Yeah.
If you read online and you understand the history of Las Vegas, the Maceo brothers really started Las Vegas. It was not Bugsy Siegel.
Yeah.
So the fact that he brought those guys into the story that they're going to play into 1944 or whatever the next show is.
Which is what we were talking about before with it's foreshadowing, which is why because he was asking like, what's the point of even having the mob guys? So so given now because we were incorrect about Spencer dying, in my opinion. Now that Jack is officially dead,
Spencer has to live.
Spencer is carrying on the story. I think Harrison Ford is going to die in the battle or whatever. He might even die next episode, right? But I think they're going to die. Then
he's shot next episode.
Yeah,
definitely.
Spencer is going to have to take care of both babies. I think that's what's going to go on. Like there's
a small chance. I don't think this is going to happen. I agree with you. I think Spencer's got to live now that Jack's dumbass is dead. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. For anybody who's ever ridden a horse or like it's completely retarded, but there's a small chance, and it will piss people off, that Spencer dies and Zane ends up raising one of the Dutton boys. There's a small chance because if you go back to Yellowstone, Costner talks about not his father, which is played by Dabney Coleman in a flashback, but his grandfather was very angry and either didn't have use of his arm. He had been wounded, right? Or he had some sort of paralyzed part of his arm or something. And so Costner, I'd have to go back and watch one of the episodes and find it, but he references his grandfather, and that could be Zane. So I don't think it will. I think it's going to be Spencer.
That makes sense. What's probably going to happen, and I don't mean to completely cut you off, but what's probably going to happen is Alexandra's dying in the snowstorm, or or the baby's not surviving.
Shit.
And they never have another kid because she can just never go through it again.
And they raise Jax.
And they raise Jack's kids.
That could happen. That's actually more plausible to what my theory I was going to say is that maybe they just they couldn't take care of both babies and Zane offers to take one. I don't know. But then that doesn't really make sense for what you're talking about. I don't know. It kind of threw
so Jack's dumb ass is on the trail with his horse, and he hears somebody coming, and he decides to go 5 feet. This is just bad writing and bad cinematography. He takes the horse and he goes 5 feet inside the woods, the brush.
Yeah, and hides behind a tree. Hides behind a tree that thin.
Yeah. Like anybody knows. Well, there's no way. Now, granted, I know what Taylor Sheridan was. I know what Taylor Sheridan's going to say. I can hear him now. Well, that's the whole reason why they heard him and said, come out, because he was not far in it.
No.
You're telling me that Jack has been raised on the ranch, and he also was part of this war that's going on, and he's done some stupid shit, but the fact that he would say, let me take this 5 feet inside, and then he comes out and he goes, hey, I'm going to go ahead and tell these guys that I don't fucking know.
That was the dumbest.
Again, they sit there, they move their thing and go livestock association. And the other dude, who is the grandson of the livestock commissioner, goes, oh, I've never seen you before.
Yeah.
Hey, let me put my gun away.
It's
what the fuck?
When that scene happened, I was like, you know what? I want this guy to die. This is such a stupid character. Die right now. I was going to be pissed if he had lived. So when he actually shot him and you saw his eyes and you knew he's dead, I was like, good, because in those, it's just stupid. The writing of it, Damia, what you're saying, I can't help but think Taylor is great at creating a story. It reminds me of the TV show Lost, where the concept in the first season is so great, and you go, man, this is an amazing show.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I don't really have a way to wrap this up because I'm already working on these other projects. So he loves to create shit and then just go, let me end it.
Well, yeah.
And this would be less annoying if the season 1 had come out last year, but it's been like 3 years.
Right.
Yeah. And we waited this long for this.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was like. I don't think I'm being too harsh when I say this is probably the laziest writing I've seen from him thus far.
Yes.
I really do think so.
Well,
how many scenes do we need to see of Whitfield just S&M with girls? How many do we need to see?
I'll tell you what. Look.
I don't mind it. I'm not complaining. I'm seeing it.
Oh, is that what you're into? You're into S&M? No, you're into voyeurism. That's what it is.
Hey,
he's just sitting there. Timothy Dalton's just sitting there having the best. This is his favorite fucking role he's ever had in his life.
Yeah,
he used to sit there and watch naked women.
That was a joke.
W, he makes Diddy look like Gandhi.
Yeah,
he's calling what's his name? Braun's
Jeremy
character.
Jeremy Flynn.
Yeah, Jerome Flynn. He's calling God, what's his name? He's saying, hey, get rid of this. And like just carries
it's a naked body.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. But you know what the point of his character has been up until now so far is like so that he can have scenes where he like looks back at the camera and gives the evil mustache twirling villain smile. That's all he's done.
He is really good at.
He is good at it, but that's like how many times have we seen him do that for the past 2 seasons?
No, I'm waiting for him to have a scene where he's got the girls and he's doing all this S&M and all that. And then he goes to she gets to pour him a drink, and she says, how do you want it? And he says, shaken, not stirred.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? That's what I want. That's what if Amazon does it, that's what I'll let them do. They can go do a old Bond film where it's Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan. And one of them does something, one of them's the villain and one of them's the James Bond.
There are rumors coming out of CinemaCon of people talking about the Amazon, people saying some sort of tie-in or something with an old Bond.
Yeah, we're gonna hit.
But yeah, 1920.
We're gonna talk about one things coming out of there.
No matter what we think about this season, you cannot minimize the fact that this show is almost at 20 million viewers in 1.5 billion minutes. Taylor Sheridan. When we looked at the last chart, I think I sent you a text on that, Caleb. Like you got Linus is kicking ass. Landman was 1.5 billion minutes.
Yeah.
His shows are the top of the streaming charts on a platform that otherwise has nothing.
But
absolutely
I think it is fair. I know you and I have had this debate multiple times now, Sean. Like, I get it. The views are fucking outstanding. You can't argue with the views. But what else is out that can even compete with that? Like,
I mean, there's Netflix.
Landman definitely went up against a bunch of things. But
no, I'm not.
The issue with this is it's not like a movie going up against different movies, because Landman was going out against The Penguin and like 3 or 4 other things. Well, there's 7 days a week. There's 182 hours in a week, I think, plus or minus probably some. But it's not like we're confined to, you're not going to go see 4 movies a week.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
easily watch 4 TV shows.
I'm just saying, Sunday night releases. What else is on? Like, okay, another show. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to turn this on. There's nothing else except now, which is Mobland, which I actually think Sheridan better be. He better be. What I was going to say is that he better be careful. Like, really, honestly, I watched the first episode.
Tell me about it. Joe, don't spoil. But
yeah, I'm not. Pierce Brosnan fucking kills it in this show. He fucking kills it. Like, he's
Pierce Brosnan
phenomenal.
Pierce Brosnan could have been cast in 1923. He could be cast in 1944.
I'm telling you right now, he plays such an offhanded character that you would expect. He's like, I'm trying. like vulgar. He's vulgar. Like,
Ooh. Does he have the actual Gaelic accent?
What?
Does he have the actual Gaelic accent?
No, he's doing something with his accent because they're technically supposed to be Russian, so he's trying to do something with his accent, but it's straight British.
Okay.
It's straight British.
So it's James Bond. It's his James Bond accent.
No, he does something different. I'm telling you, he's doing
Okay.
something different with it, and then everyone else is just complete, London. Yeah. But like,
I'm really excited for this.
I'm telling you,
my point about Taylor though is that you had to keep in mind that this is like when Chuck Lorre had hit after hit after hit after hit, and CBS basically said, "But whatever you want to do, he was the CBS lineup, right?"
You want to fire? What's his?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna just sit here and get on my knees for every show.
No, I agree with you. We've criticized some of the stuff on his shows, and that he's kind of overextended, so to speak. But I mean, the fact that he has had no flops, none.
Yeah, no. I agree.
Linus, I wasn't digging Linus at all.
I didn't get sold into it.
I agree with you. It's just when we look at the latest ones, at least the ones that got him famous, essentially, there's a downfall that I think, or a downfall in the content itself that I think needs to be acknowledged, because that's only what you're talking about, Sean's only going to last for so long. It is like if every show starts minimizing the amount of quality, you're going to see in a few years, his past couple seasons for every single show have been pretty under par. What's the point in tuning in? You're going to see a drop off.
It's almost like with this past season and the last 6 or 7 episodes of Yellowstone, it was just formula. It was, okay, we need 7.5 minutes of this, 7.5 minutes of this, 4.5 minutes of this, 3 minutes of this, 7 minutes of this. We need to make sure we cut back to a scene from here. And that was it. Like, if you've ever listened to behind the scenes of like CBS Sports or something, and you hear the camera director going, cut 1, cut 2, get ready, go, cut 3, get ready, go. Like that's almost what it feels like. It doesn't feel like it feels like what they've taken is 3 stories and gone, and shuffled a deck of cards.
So one thing if you don't mind me asking for both of you guys, like where do you see the next 2 episodes going? Like, what are we going to see next episode, and then what's the finale going to look like? Because at this point, I'm like, I don't even know where they're going to take this.
So I think we're going to see the end of this show. I don't think it's going to have a cliffhanger per se. I think it's going to basically end with the birth of one of the kids and a deal being made to continue the family line. Whether it's Spencer saying yes. What's Jack's wife's name?
That's a Sean question. I'm not good with names.
Elizabeth.
Jeez, man. Whether it's Spencer telling Elizabeth,
otherwise known as Bikini Girl from Landman.
Yeah. 17-year-old bikini.
Yeah, that's
sorry,
why she was.
Sorry, I didn't realize she was that young. Sorry, I withdraw that statement.
Oh God,
did I mention I have a crown?
Sean Diddy Combs?
No, stop that, Sean.
Did you hear that, Caleb? Yeah.
Beautiful. Bravo. So I think, and one thing I will say, if they said tomorrow that the next 2 episodes were actually one movie, I'd be like, oh, they're going to be able to nail this perfectly. But it's the same argument that I have when I say that the people involved with the Star Wars shows are not good at making TV. They are probably phenomenal, and we know that some of them are, because Jon Favreau is one of them, are phenomenal at making movies, but they cannot make television. It's 2 different animals. Mm-hmm. And and that's one of the reasons we see, as someone was talking about this the other day, one of the reasons we've seen a downfall of television is because TV got so
commercialized.
It became really easy to make money in television.
Yeah, commercialized
with all the streaming. Yeah. And so you had all the people that weren't making a whole lot. They were making good money, but not TV money in movies. And they went to go do TV because they're like, I make movies. I can do this. And they don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
They think you can just make a movie and cut it up into 8 pieces. And you can't.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw with the Star Wars thing with the orange chick.
Well, when you compare when you compare Yellowstone, you know, the last part of Yellowstone, Landman, and this season, actually this whole series now, when you compare that to things like that he's done, like Sicario 1 and
which I just watched again the other day,
and Hell or High Water. I don't know if you've seen that one. He didn't direct
part of it.
He didn't direct it, but he wrote it. I mean, I actually think he's more cut out for film, like long form content, than he is for shows, just in terms of writing themselves. Because from what I've seen now, Sheridan's much more of the beats, like he hits each beat and plot point but everything in between that, in terms of TV series, I don't think is executed very well, in my opinion.
And part of his problem, especially these last 2-3 years, is he, like Sean said, he's overextended. He's got 18 different projects he's working on. Yeah. You go to his IMDb page, and I've never seen so many future projects.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
it's insane.
And I just sent you an article on Discord from yesterday, and everything we're talking about, it's all coming to a head. It's all there is going to be a major story brewing around Taylor Sheridan and Paramount. And it's going to be fascinating to see what happens, because Paramount, they just got bought, or they just merged with Skydance.
You use MSN.com?
Well, it's
you can hold. Wait, no, hang on a second. This tells me that you use Microsoft Edge.
I use Chrome.
So you actively go to, buddy, come on.
Wait,
Google, dude.
Wait, before we get into that deal or whatever, Sean, like, what are you thinking is going to happen? Because I'm interested to know your thoughts too. What are we going to see in the next 2 episodes?
Oh, in the next 2 episodes of 1923, we're going to see. I think we're going to see Jacob and the group. They're going to get attacked. The house is going to get attacked.
Like you mean at the train station? Like,
yeah, because I think Spencer's not coming into that train station.
No, because he brought it up. So they're not going to what was it? It starts with an F.
They're not going to Fargo.
Fargo. Yeah. They're not going to Fargo. He's now rerouting. We saw it.
Yes.
He's rerouting, right?
The train's still coming to that station where they're at though.
Yeah. So they're going to have a shootout either at the train station or heading back to the ranch, because they're going to go after.
He's arriving in 2 days.
I think he's going to die at the train
arrives.
Station.
Yeah, the Fargo train. You think Spencer dies at the?
I think Jacob dies at the train station.
There is some foreshadowing for that when she says, "Promise me you'll come back."
That's why I think because he made the promise and she made him promise, and I think he's setting that up for he gets shot at the train station. Whether he dies on the road, at the train station, or at the ranch, that's to be said. But I think the cause of his death is going to happen at the train station.
And Spencer's going to kill Banner Creighton. I forgot Banner's name. Banner Creighton. Again, Spencer is going to kill the people. Flynn. Yeah, Spencer's going to.
So I don't think I think Jerome Flynn. I think he goes back against Dalton. I think he changes sides at the end of the next episode.
Banner?
It doesn't matter because he killed Spencer's brother, so Spencer's killing him. Period.
Oh,
for
end
sure.
Of story.
Yeah, I think you're right.
End of story.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. But Helen Mirren, she's going to kill Whitfield. Yeah. Take it to the bank. She's going to kill.
That's a good point.
She's going to kill Whitfield for killing Jacob.
That's a good point.
And she may die doing it. Like, I don't know if she'll survive or not, but she's going to basically.
Think she might die too.
Yeah, because once Jacob's dead, her reason for living is gone. Like,
yeah.
I also think she's going to die protecting either both of the girls.
She's not dying. She does have a reason to live. making sure that Elizabeth knows how to be a ranch wife.
Maybe
She's got a reason to live. 100%.
Well, she is like the last maternal matriarch. Sorry.
Yeah, she's the last person that knows how to be a stranger on that place. Ranch.
I'll stop talking after this, but I will say I'll be extremely irritated if we don't get the last 2 episodes of Spencer just going all out.
Yeah,
like
and
fucking
they
shit
got
up.
to explain. They got to do more to explain to me as the viewer that beyond just what she's gone through, what is Tiana's role? And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like it's great that you introduced her story. I really love Tiana's story in season 1. I really liked it.
It's very good, very interesting,
and it was historically accurate. But I want to see, like, does Tiana save Alexandra as she reunites with the Crow, the tribe that they saw on the road? Does she?
Okay.
Because Mamie Fawcett is going to find her, I think. And so how that ties in, I need to see that. I need to see Spencer. He can't just show up before all the bloodshed. Spencer's got to show up is like all hell's breaking loose. People are dead and they think it's over. And then here comes fucking death, the Pale Rider.
Yeah,
like, that's what Spencer is. He's got to be.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
He keeps talking about, like, what the hell's happened to this place since I left? He's like, he's looking at a world he doesn't recognize anymore. And he's like, look, and they go, oh, what about, it's so cold. He goes, there's only 3 seasons,
July,
June,
August.
July, and winter. Like
July, August, and winter.
Yeah, July, August, and winter. And like, well, it's a guy who is he even cut out to be a father? He's not even cut out to be a husband.
Probably not. Yeah. Okay, so and that's kind of what I was like before you shown up. That's what I was asking Caleb about, or telling Caleb about, is that Tiana's storyline, or just the Rainwater storyline in regards to 1923, have so far nothing to do with the ranch. And so what I wanted to, what I was saying before is, like, it would have made a lot more sense for them to kind of come and help them out, and like the father and Pete, like, being a good part about, or a very important part about saving the ranch at that point. And then they go, you can have this cut of land, like, you don't own it or whatever, like, you can live on this.
Another thing is the greatest writers nowadays, since we have hundreds of years of literature, it's like, how many people that you actually enjoy have ripped off Tolkien? And there's nothing wrong with ripping off Tolkien. I mean, if you're going to rip somebody off, hey, rip off Tolkien. Like,
there's only like 2 or 3 people better to rip off.
I mean, John Lennon used to say, hey, why are the Beatles so great? He goes, because we make good choices of who to rip off.
Well, look at Star Wars and Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Try to tell me they didn't rip off anything from
Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan, when I first saw, Yellowstone, and then especially 1923 with Spencer, the first thing I thought was, he totally ripped off Legends of the Fall. Spencer is Tristan. If you go back and watch Legends of the Fall, did you guys watch that movie?
No,
I have no idea.
I know what it's about, but I've never seen it.
Dude, it's Anthony Hopkins and Brad Pitt, Spencer, Tristan Ludlow. Like,
an excellent. That's the shootout is excellent. I've seen the shootout,
dude.
But
Legends of the Fall. If you go back and watch this, y'all are both going to call me and go, he ripped off Legends of the Fall. It's like it literally. So I'm not going to give anything away, but Tristan's character is a character that went off to World War I and had something major happen, and he comes home to a world that is evolving, with automobiles and technology and industrial, and he's in Montana. It is a total ripoff. Taylor Sheridan is 1923. So when you watch what happens with Tristan, with him falling in love and trying to. This is exactly, so I know what's going to happen to Spencer, with a minor exception of, how he lives or dies, but ultimately it's a character. And so they got to show that. They have to show that Spencer, you can't wrap this up in a nice, neat bow. Spencer has to kill. He's going to kill everyone that killed his brother. And it's not going to be one of those things where, he's sitting on the porch at the end. I'm going to raise this boy and this rant. Bullshit. Spencer.
Well, look, we brought I brought this up, and I know when I said it to you, you weren't thinking about it at the time, but 1944, who knows, that show that they do, Maybe Spencer goes off to World War II, like because that's all he knows.
And maybe he is alive, and the Maceo brothers come after him.
Yeah,
because he betrayed them. So there's more story to tell, but I have a feeling, and I sent you that article, Caleb. He's leaving. Taylor Sheridan is going to become a free agent. We're going to see all these shows that he created on Paramount. They're going to license them out to other streamers and networks, and which I've been saying Disney should have done that for years. Take a property, because, for example, if I call you, Damio, and I go, hey, have you watched this show? And you go, what's it on? Apple Plus. You're like, well, I don't fucking have Apple Plus.
Yeah.
The
yeah.
40th thing.
You may really like the show, but you're like, I'm not going to pay for another streaming service. I don't care enough to do that. But if you have Netflix, and you go, well, if it's on Netflix or if it's on Amazon or whatever, right, then I'm likely to watch it.
Well, Sean, it just arrived to Netflix? 1883.
Yeah, they're licensing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They're licensing all that stuff out. Mobland, take Mobland and license it to other streamers so people can see.
Well, that's not a Sheridan show, but I see what
you're saying. This is the annoying thing about this streamer.
But Taylor's going to be a free agent. They're wanting to cut. You saw that article. They're going to want to redo his deal and cut the budgets. He's spending $16 million an episode. They're going to cut the budgets to below $9 million. So one of two things is going to happen. They're either going to keep him happy and give him his budgets and his shows, and take budget from all the other shows on Paramount, because that's what you got to do. If you're going to give him $16 million, you're taking away from other creators. Or they're going to say, Taylor, we can't do that. Your shows are too expensive. And he's going to say, sayonara.
Look, so there's a few things on that. So Mobland, that's Guy Ritchie. I don't see them taking money from Guy Ritchie to give it to Sheridan, to be honest. Guy Ritchie's established not on
streaming. He's not,
but he's an established director still, and writer. I see what you're saying, but we're only one episode in to
his
Mobland.
Last few movies have bombed, Damio. He doesn't have near the stroke as Taylor.
That's
and he just premiered his trailer for his new movie Fountain of Youth with John Krasinski and Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
And I may enjoy it. It looks a little bit like National Treasure. I don't think it's going to do all that well.
Yeah, I'm going to go see it. I'm actually I'm slightly excited for it. I don't put too much hope into these things anymore. I'm just saying that, just in name only, sure, his movies might have bombed at the past couple of them, but based off of the first episode, and again, it's the first episode. I could get 4 episodes in and be like, this is complete dog shit. But so far, that was a really solid hook.
Well, guess what he's up against? He's up against King fucking Kong in streaming, because Taylor Sheridan, Landman, is over 10 billion minutes viewed. Tulsa King, which I think is not all that great.
I don't like Tulsa King.
Is 8 billion minutes viewed. This dude is walking around with a 15-inch, going, you know what? All you people.
You jumped in here at 27 minutes, flashing your shit, and now you won't even say it?
Cock crown. Hey,
that's not the thing that you got from
Spencer's?
No, what's funny about this is, and this thing is like heavy metal. Like, I bought it thinking it was going to be a regular size crown.
You did.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, your dumbass didn't look at the fucking dimensions.
No, it dimensions, and it showed up, and it's got this little stand it sits on.
What is this? A crown for ants?
Yeah. This is a crown for John Graber.
Yeah, did you get that reference? Zoolander.
Zoolander.
Yeah.
But no, so the dude. I mean, Paramount. We could say what we want, but until he flops, and you look at, and when I say his viewership, you go, well, what else is there to compete with? He is in the top 10 for every one of his shows, competing, and it's the overall charts. So he's going up against Love is Blind, all these reality shows that are,
he's beating reality. network television and streaming. The only streaming thing that's beaten reality television, and I think the last decade, is Game of Thrones.
Look,
Yeah,
I get it. We keep talking about, right now you're 100% in the correct, Sean. But especially if he becomes a free agent, and he can go wherever he wants. At this point, we already know how much of an arrogant bastard he is because he puts
is very
himself
cocky.
he
He's
puts
cocky
himself
as shit.
into everything he wants. Look, I mean, he
Good
even
point.
had like an old 4-6's ranch, like little scene in 1923. He's trying to promote himself, like what he did with Yellowstone, the part 2. He did that whole episode you were telling me about where he's like in the pool with a bunch of women and shit like that. I'm telling you right now, if he becomes a free agent and like it seems like he already doesn't care much about these shows now, and he licensed them out, that could go both two ways. Some of those shows get picked up by some really good studios and it actually elevates the story. Where on the other hand, it could ruin all of these shows and we could see a huge downfall. And then Sheridan had his like quote unquote 5 minutes of fame in Hollywood, like where he was like king of Paramount and then went off and like started getting too big for the head that he's wearing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's very possible for both ways.
I think he's going to Netflix.
Well,
that's what
what I think he needs to do is he is this big right now, and he needs to start tapering off. Do the Madison, wait to do 1943 or 44 or 45, whatever it's going to be. You've already got crew locked down for the Madison. Film that shit. You're working on season 2 of Landman. Get those scripts right. Don't stick a bunch of dumb shit in there.
Didn't he purchase the rights for Empire of Summer Moon? I know there's nothing. He purchased them.
Damio,
what is he doing with that?
I think that's going to be a movie.
That's what I want. That's what I want, and I think that's what it should be because I mean you're dealing with so much. You're dealing with Cynthia Parker. What's her name?
I don't remember how to say it.
Cynthia Ann Parker, right?
Yeah.
Her. You're dealing with the start of the Rangers, the Texas Rangers, right? So that's a huge that needs to be a condensed story for like 2 or 3 hours. I think if he did it as a show, it is not going to hit the way it needs to.
The one thing I'll give him credit for, and maybe he has someone who's doing it for him, but I haven't seen anything to say he's not involved. But the one thing I give him a ton of credit for is he's casting these people that have been older, maybe not your generation, but mine.
Yeah.
Look at like what he did with Landman. He got Billy Bob. It's not like we were seeing Billy Bob in all the trades. Like, oh, he's the most sought after guy for a new show. He got John Hamm, Billy Bob, and Demi Moore. Now on the Madison, he's got Michelle Pfeiffer and he's got Matthew Shepard
Stallone
and Kurt Russell.
Yeah,
is Kurt in the Madison?
Yeah, Kurt Russell's in the Madison.
Dude, Kurt Russell's one of my favorite. Dude, he's one of my favorite older actors.
Russell.
Yeah,
I've been saying, and I almost went nuts on Twitter, and I just had to not do it because I didn't want to get hate stuff.
Twitter jail.
One of my favorite characters in movie history is Snake Plissken, Escape from New York. Kurt Russell was one of the best anti-heroes before John Wick, before the Dark Knight, Batman type shit. Snake Plissken, I mean, they copied a damn video game from it with Metal Gear,
Yeah.
Like Snake Plissken, and I always wanted to see a Escape from Wherever with an older Snake Plissken, a Kurt Russell revisiting that character. And then it comes out the other day, they talked to John Carpenter, who did Escape from New York, and he was doing some interview, and they go, what about, could you get Kurt Russell back to do it? He goes, I don't know. Last I heard, they were going to relaunch it with a female Snake Plissken. I saw that interview, and I was like,
what?
That to me, Caleb, that's the equivalent of them saying they're going to do a female Bond for you. Like, if they go with a girl to play Snake Plissken, dude, I'll lose my mind. Like, that's why what Ana de Armas said yesterday in an interview I thought was great, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you. So let's move on from Sheridan and hit this note. So at CinemaCon, and Where? First off, where is CinemaCon?
Vegas.
Okay, so this might have been there.
Yeah, they covered Ballerina.
Oh no, this is about 007. Yes, so
they covered it. Yeah, they covered 007 today.
Yep, stopped by Las Vegas for CinemaCon. And who was it? Whoever. So whoever was at CinemaCon for Amazon MGM, this is what they said. We are committed to honoring the legacy of this iconic character while bringing a fresh, exhilarating new chapter to audiences around the world. That is better than a new modern take, but it's still very much the same.
It still concerns me.
Alongside Amy Pascal and David Heyman, the studio's executives Courtney Valenti and Sue Kroll are who were there. So Amy Pascal did. Is she the Spider-Man one, or is David the Spider-Man one?
She was Spider-Man. It's Sony.
So Amy Pascal is one of those names that it really is going to depend on what side of her coin shows up.
Right.
She's done really good stuff. She's done dog shit hot dog.
She also got fired. Yeah.
Yeah.
David Heyman's good.
Yeah. So David is also the same thing. One second. David did Harry Potter.
Yep.
Very good job. Then he did the other three. Fantastic Beasts, which were dog shit.
Yeah. So
except for the first one.
Every single movie we just brought up, Spider-Man, Fantastic Beasts, Harry Potter, all these things, none of those translate well into James Bond, in my opinion.
I agree.
They just don't.
The only thing that I think do is the Britishness of Harry Potter.
But
you could throw a dartboard at half the producers in Hollywood 20 years ago that would understand that. So
when you look at context and genre, none of those translate well to what you need. You can have humor and like wittiness in a James Bond movie, of course, but all of those movies are kind of, I don't see one of those movies doing well. Like, I don't see any of them translating well to a James Bond setting.
He also did work with Quentin on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so that's good.
So that's another thing that came out of CinemaCon. So there's a sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood coming out. It's coming out on Netflix. It was written by Quentin Tarantino. It's
done by Fincher. It's done by Fincher, who did Fight Club.
So
Fincher. First of all, David Fincher is in my Mount Rushmore of filmmakers. I freaking love David Fincher.
But
Zodiac, Mindhunter on Netflix. They never should have canceled that show. Yeah. Fight Club is that is a movie of my generation. Love Fincher.
I wasn't the biggest fan of Zodiac. I thought there were really good elements to it. I'm not the biggest fan of it though. Like
the ending was bad. They should not have picked a guy to be the guy. Because that was not who the Zodiac. They ruled that guy out. That was a big mistake because that's not going to stand the test of time. They should have kept it open ended. They should have focused more on Downey's character and less on Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, definitely. What I don't really necessarily like about this announcement is that they're like referring it to as like a sequel to Once Upon a Time. Like it should.
Well, they didn't say that though. They didn't say.
No, I know, but everyone reporting on it, everyone reporting on it is saying it's a sequel. I really don't think it is. I think in nature, it's a spin-off. They're spinning off of what Tarantino wrote for. I forget his character's name.
Well, don't you think we're gonna see the past, the flashbacks with Cliff Booth and his wife?
Yeah, I think 100%. That's
probably. Well, and so Clint, correct me if I'm wrong, but Clint, right? Not Cliff.
Cliff Booth.
Yeah, Cliff.
Yeah,
is an actual person.
I don't know
who did actually get in trouble for me.
I don't think. I didn't think.
Yeah, no, he is because.
No, he's not. He's based on a combination of fictional. He's based on a combination of characters. One of which was Burt Reynolds is primary stuntman.
Okay.
He's based on like 2 or 3 famous stuntman kind of merged characters. That's
okay. Then
the same way Leo.
concern...
Yeah,
and
Leo's character is based on a combination of Clint Eastwood, Burt Reynolds.
So
it's a couple of different characters merged into one.
Also, I think it's important to look at too, guys, is Quentin Tarantino's final movie. So like when he went on Joe Rogan about 5 years ago, he was talking about his final 10th movie because he's known for saying he's going to do 10 films and he's out. So the story he was writing for his 10th movie was going to be The Movie Critic. And what they're doing with this is they're now taking what Tarantino is doing is taking The Movie Critic, which is supposedly his last movie, and they basically rewrote it they're going to rewrite it into now Cliff Booth's movie.
So what he did, Tarantino was writing The Movie Critic, and he started writing more and more about Cliff Booth and realized that he didn't want to do The Movie Critic. He wanted to go deeper into Cliff Booth, and that's where The Movie Critic became the Cliff Booth.
Exactly.
Booth
That's where I was going.
So he
and Leonardo DiCaprio is in negotiations to appear in the new movie.
Oh, good.
Okay. That's cool. That's
because by the way, this movie. So here's what's going to happen. Leo's got a new movie coming out with Paul Thomas Anderson.
I'm pretty excited for it.
You are, and I think it's going to be good, but there's no chance it makes money. No chance.
I agree.
You can't spend $200 million on.
Wait, how much did they spend on it? Because I don't know the budget.
$200 million.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's you. Who would ever greenlight a $200 million Paul Thomas Anderson movie? Doesn't.
Because I'll say right now, I'm not a big Paul Thomas Anderson. Like I really haven't. I don't think I've seen one of his movies. I think his movies have all looked really weird, and I've just like stayed away from them.
They're $50 million movies, but Leo's worked this magic where besides convincing 21-year-olds to go out with him, Leo convinces the studios.
He doesn't have to convince them to do that, dude.
Yeah, dude. He walks up and goes, "I'm Leonardo DiCaprio."
Yeah. What is he worth? $500 million.
So he talks to the studios. He goes, "I want to do an artsy kind of Oscar-worthy type movie, not even on a level of The Revenant. I'm not talking about those movies. I'm talking about the Don't Look Up type." But he won't waive his fee is still $20+ million. So you would think Leo would say, "Hey, I really want to contribute to doing this movie and staying under budget, and I know it needs to be 50, 60 million total, but he doesn't. He goes, I don't care."
So what when we look at P.T. Anderson, there isn't. Well, I mean, okay. Actually, I was actually thinking of a different. He's the guy that did There Will Be Blood.
I was gearing up to go.
I was thinking a different director. I actually like 2 of his movies specifically.
Didn't he
There Will Be Blood?
There's only like 4 movies.
Didn't he do Royal Tenenbaums?
I mean, I didn't see that.
He's done a ass load of music videos.
So
like 4 movies.
Inherent Vice, and There Will Be Blood. But There Will Be Blood. I mean,
the movie that Sean saw was Boogie Nights.
Okay, so Boogie Nights is one of the bigger ones. Magnolia is more of a cult following, but Magnolia, there's a lot of solid things about that that film.
Is
Wes Anderson. Wes Anderson is who I was thinking of. I confuse the 2 sometimes.
So wait, you're telling me you haven't seen Fantastic Mr. Fox?
No.
Oh, dude, you have to. It's really good.
So okay, actually, I've watched the majority of his movies. Not the majority, half. Inherent Vice, The Master, There Will Be Blood, and Magnolia.
The Master.
Look, I'm gonna. What's up, X-Wing? I don't know. I don't 200 million. You're kind of right there because then plus there's marketing. So we're probably looking at what 300 million, 3.5 like in total to spent on this movie. It's going to be a challenge to make money. I don't
even make money off his last movie.
I still won't say. I'm still not willing to say it's going to be a complete it might flop, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a horrible movie.
No, I think it's going to be a really good movie. I mean, Boogie Nights is a freaking masterpiece. No matter what anybody thinks about the subject
matter. The Master also is a fucking incredibly well made.
And you know what happened with the Master? He was going to take that. He was going to go way deeper into L. Ron Hubbard, and the studio freaked out and shut him down. You know that, right?
Philip Seymour Hoffman absolutely murders
Hubbard,
it in that
movie. That's Scientology, right?
Yes.
It's based off of it, right?
The rumors were his script was like amazing when they went to do it, and the studio got scared and said, "You got to tone this down."
Yeah.
Well, and you guys might disagree on this, but in my opinion, best role Tom Cruise has done that I've seen. I haven't seen a lot. I mean, other than outside of like Mission Impossible stuff, but
oh no, I've already corrected you on this.
I know. But for my age,
born on the fucking 4th of July.
But for my age,
you're both wrong. So
what is yours? Top Gun, Maverick?
No. I mean, first off, I think Pete Mitchell in Top Gun is one of his best roles. Hands down, one of his best.
Not
but
really.
I'm talking about emotional range, like not just like I'm gonna fly around in a fucking mask.
He doesn't have it on all the time. Sometimes he takes it off.
So
what's his name as Batman?
Magnolia is one of his best. But
Magnolia that one had a weird ending. I wasn't really happy with the ending.
He's never done better than what he was in Born on the 4th of July. Never.
Yeah.
And you got to put Rain Man is a close second. He would have won the Oscar for Rain Man. The only problem was the guy that he was acting in Rain Man with gave a top 10 performance in movie history and won the Oscar.
And let's I don't want to go off on the Tom Cruise thing, but just like since we brought up the movie Leo's going to be in with P.T. Anderson.
Yeah, going back to Leo, I mentioned that he's in negotiations for this Cliff Booth movie because this movie is filming this summer. And he's supposed to be filming the Evel Knievel movie this summer, but he hasn't even signed the deal yet.
He's going to play Evel Knievel.
Which is fucking insulting.
Leo,
it's fucking insulting.
Why is he playing these movies?
I don't picture Evel Knievel when I see Leo DiCaprio.
Well, you know what other book he's got optioned with Scorsese that he's been keeping a lid on for years is Theodore Roosevelt. I don't think he can play him either.
So Martin Scorsese really needs to just fucking retire and write off.
He needs to go put the diaper on and fucking retire in Florida.
Hollywood, LA needs to go pass a law. They've already ruined Hollywood with their tariffs and everything, whatever you want to call them, taxes and shit, that make it impossible to actually film in Hollywood. Hang on, Sean. But what they really need to do if they want to have any shot at saving Hollywood is say, you know what? When you're 75, you're not allowed to direct anything anymore. Because I don't think there's a single movie. And for you, Daimyo, I want the Steven Spielberg movie to hit. But
I don't want that movie to hit.
Looking at every single other movie made by someone that we loved in the 80s and 90s, today, every single one has been terrible.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at fucking Ridley Scott and Napoleon. Fucking hated that movie. With the Spielberg movie, I think is going to be a complete psyop. It's just not. It's not going to be good. But we'll see. I guess we'll see where these things go. Sean, you're talking about how he's in talks for all these different movies. I don't know. It'd be cool to see Leo, but I don't think he's even necessary to show up in this Cliff Booth movie. I don't think it's even necessary.
By the way, the other person that's talking for a role, we don't know what role in the Evel Knievel movie, is fresh Oscar winner Adrian Brody.
Oh, well,
he's also.
I have no problem with Adrian. Yeah, I have no problem.
He's also the bad guy in Mobland, right?
I haven't seen him show up yet, but you might be right.
He's the bad guy in something that's coming out.
Because the way
either coming out now or maybe he's announced for something that sounds very weird.
Yeah, Felicity. I was gonna say before I finished your reading your comment, I was gonna say that's exactly what Coppola had to do. He sold his fucking vineyard to make a movie that absolutely bombed and no one went to watch because it was
Literally
complete propaganda.
I don't think that movie was in theaters
hilarious.
more than a week.
Dude, it's funny too because he was talking about how like this is my passion project. I sold my $30 million whatever, like it
cost me like $180 million, million, bajillion, quintillion.
You know who else needs to be put out to pasture? And I know I'm speaking to the freaking choir because I was the last to agree to this. Is Ridley Scott? He needs to go. Like,
yeah, we just said that.
Oh, you just said that? I missed it.
Yeah,
Napoleon, dude. Do you remember what's the book that everyone had to read with the slow kid that they had to shoot?
Of Mice and Men?
Yes. That's what we're seeing right now.
Well, they were men. They were men, but yeah.
Yeah. We're seeing Ridley Scott go.
Yeah, someone needs to go.
I can make a movie.
See, look, Caleb, if Harvey Weinstein was still in Hollywood, all these guys.
Shut up! Holy shit, man! What was that?
You could have used an abbreviation or. But hey, to me,
I did see that earlier. I think.
So the guy that's doing Evel Knievel is Damien Chazelle, and I don't trust that. I'm not even going to call him what I want to call him at all. Do you know who it's like? It should be a given to do a Evel Knievel movie. It's Tarantino.
Yeah, but Tarantino, he's selected. He's got one. Yeah, writing. He could write that movie. Directing it, he's not going to direct that movie.
Well, I tell you what,
he's got one left on his docket.
It's a good thing he never directed the James Bond movie then. Because Once Upon a Time in Hollywood would be the last of his movies.
And actually, that's one of my least favorite that he's done.
It's actually one of my favorite.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, Django, Pulp Fiction is up there. Kill Bill 1.
I think Inglourious Bastards is his best one.
His movies are really interesting.
Like 3 or 4 for me.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I watched it the first time I watched it, and I was like, okay, the Steve McQueen part, the Bruce Lee part, and I was like, and I know that they're taking Leo, and he's kind of a combination of Clint Eastwood doing the spaghetti westerns and Burt Reynolds, and I'm like, and then I watched it again. I was like, this is fucking genius. Like I really like Quentin's movies. Inglourious Bastards, I went to the theater. First time I saw it, I was like, I don't like he's rewriting history. He's going in, and then I watched it again, and I was like, this is fucking great.
Yeah, it is, but like Quentin
is like he gets into the pores, man. Where you like?
So real quick, I know we want to keep going with this, but I know we've got some people that need to leave soon, and
I've already given up on that.
Okay, good. I would be remiss if we did not cover what, let's be all honest, we're all here for. Okay, so without further ado, several months ago, a great author, not the best. Elvis has left the building, buddy.
Never.
Not the best author, but a really good author came out and said that the adaptation of his book was shit. Which I think we can all agree pretty much he was spot on.
Wait, Caleb, sorry. The author that doesn't write, or are we talking about a different author?
No. He writes. He just doesn't write what we want him to write. He writes like the last couple of years. He's been writing menus, drink orders,
vlogs. He's been writing vlogs.
I imagine he writes Yelp reviews for different prostitute houses in Phoenix, Arizona.
I think he visits prostitution houses in Arizona.
He every single public rating of all of the houses of ill repute in Arizona are from him.
There's no doubt that you can't write a character like Shay and Roz and not be a complete freak. George is a freak.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon Boss Talks Season 3, that George R.R. Martin blog post, and new casting as filming ignites. An exclusive on Entertainment Weekly. So I'm sure we all either read the article or saw all of the tweets about it, right?
Yes. I mean, I saw the tweets. I didn't read the article. I saw the tweets.
Sean?
I sent you some stuff.
I was looking at Felicity's chat. Neither is likely, Felicity.
No, I'll tell you what is more likely.
That he loses 150 pounds after he gets some disease, cancer or something, and loses a bunch of weight. That's more likely. Yeah.
What's more likely is that I lose 150 pounds and marry Anna de Armas. That's what's more likely.
Damn, then we're fucked.
Yeah, because I'll never marry Anna de Armas.
That well, we can agree on.
They have Ozempic, dude. Just take some fucking Ozempic like it's Skittles.
I think it's a shot, isn't it?
It is. You have to shoot it into your fucking ass.
Oh.
or stomach.
Well.
Oh my god. Okay, before I go shoot something.
Oh shit.
So
in a video game, right?
Okay, so we derailed you. Go ahead.
Basically this entire article is quotes from Ryan basically saying, I loved him. He was my mentor. Oh, I love the story he has created. And I'm just so sad that he doesn't like what I did. It is the height of cockiness. It's the height of I know better. And it is actually rude to us, the viewer, for him to sit there and say that he did a better job.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Caleb. Is this not what we started the stream out saying? How all of these directors and writers and actors make it more about them than about what they're adapting?
Yes, absolutely. And we can even go a little bit further back and say it's what we were talking about 10 minutes ago. The only difference is Ryan Condal is 34 years old and has done 2 things, and Ridley Scott has done everything else.
Yeah. Right. Ridley Scott earned the right.
1,020 years old.
He earned the right to create trash.
Yeah. He earned the right to shit. Cameron,
just like George Lucas, George Lucas.
Yeah, they earned the right to fuck up. Ryan Condal hasn't earned shit.
No, he did a TV show that got canceled.
Yeah, Ryan Condal took the best season of television that we got since 2018 and said, 18, and said, okay, that's my mark. I've done everything. Now I want to do what I want to do.
Yeah, well, they fired Miguel Sapochnik.
Which, again, I don't think anyone thought that was going to be a bad thing. I don't remember a single person going, oh, this is bad.
But there were no episodes ever that Miguel was in charge of in Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon Season 1 that were bad. None.
Did you watch Season 8?
I take that back. The Battle of Winterfell. But the problem was not necessarily for me.
You didn't own an expensive enough TV. That was the problem.
Well, I had a theater room, and I did actually get to see but I agree that most people watched it in a different environment than I did, and it was dark. You couldn't see anything. But no, Sapochnik, to Felicity's comment, he didn't want to go more girl boss. The rumor was not from Miguel, but from HBO that was leaked from Condal and Sarah Hess was that Miguel wanted his wife to have like a producer credit, not executive producer, but just to have like a producer credit going into the 2nd and 3rd seasons or whatever. And they didn't want that. So he said, all right, then I don't have a contract after season 1. I'm out. And so we've never heard like from Miguel's side, because he's been classy and not talked about it, but they basically trashed him in the media, just like they tried to trash George.
Neither has this guy. George hasn't said, at least that I've ever found, said a negative thing about Miguel.
No. And Sarah Hess, who's lockstep with Ryan Condal, was on a panel like 2 weeks ago with the House of the Dragon cast. And you can pull it up, but in essence, what she said was, having these two women come back together and basically talking about, how they felt about each other, and having them plan, through the events of what's going on in the war, and having them share this intimate moment, and they're there together. And she's basically like, that's not even in the book, you dumb bitch. Like, you're going off, you're bringing in your own worldview, right? About LGBTQ relationships, which, by the way, was in the original Game of Thrones, and nobody had a problem with it because it was from the books and it fit the stories. Like, we don't have a problem seeing those things in that world, but they have to fit the narrative. And so when you go to watch House of the Dragon season 2, and we've talked about this, and you see Rhaenyra and her husband's been gone for a little. She's with Massaria.
Oh, Massaria. I said Massaria.
Yeah, with Massaria.
Potato.
Yeah.
Like, her husband's gone, wherever he's doing Harrenhal.
It's been like a week.
Yeah, and she goes.
Like, the entire second season takes place over like 2 weeks.
That's right. And she turns around, and all of a sudden she starts like, what are you doing? You're just putting that in there to pander. And,
like,
and it doesn't.
That's how hard up she was.
And then you bring Allison at the end, and it makes no sense. She's talking to her, and it's like, come with me. Oh, I can't do it. And she's like, but I need you to serve up your son. And Allison's kind of like, okay. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, that didn't happen. Nothing like that happened in Fire and Blood. And I'm fine with them saying we got a show to do, and Ryan Condal saying, well, I tried to work with George, and we started out working well together, and now he doesn't understand the television, all that. Doesn't understand television. George has been doing television for 40 years.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Like,
and again, this is right up there with, you've got someone that's been doing this type of thing for a very long time. And then you have all these other people that got into television in the last decade.
5 years ago.
They know everything. And they don't, because he's been up and out
in television for
years.
Yeah, George, before he even did Game of Thrones, George was writing for Beauty and the Beast in the 80s.
Oh shit. I didn't know that. Yeah.
This is a terrible example, but the bald guy from Impractical Jokers that it might be getting some legal trouble soon. He's been in and out of television for 15 or 20 years. He's been pitching stuff to Hollywood, to different things, and working in them for 20 years. So that's how they ended up getting their show. It wasn't
George was known as even though he was a novelist, but George was a TV script writer and script doctor for years. And so for Ryan Condal to be like, he doesn't understand. He just went through 8 seasons of the biggest show in television history. Like, what are you talking? Well, he went through 5 seasons of it because he left after that.
But he wrote 7 episodes, 7 episodes of The Twilight Zone, the original.
Yeah, he did. Look, so for Ryan Condal, it's so arrogant. And like Clyde says in the chat, writing is hard for morons. That's right. Ryan Condal is never going to touch anything having to do with Game of Thrones, Westeros again after this show is over. He's got this season and next season, and George is never making up with him.
He's a producer on Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
But he's really not. You know how that works.
Well, also from what
the Kathy Kennedy effect.
From the little quotes that I saw, he kind of framed it in a way where he was almost blaming George for stepping away.
Yes.
And he goes, he said something to the effect of, oh yeah, when the show went, I have my own duties to do as a filmmaker, and when it started to part ways and I had to start taking care of production and all this other stuff, that's when he got upset, and I'm sorry it happened. But he almost blamed him for basically fading away from the root of the story, right? And that's how I took it from. Like, I only got maybe 10 chapters into Fire and Blood, so I can't really speak on the book. I can't speak too much onto it, but point being is I'm smart enough to know when someone's talking out of their ass, and it seemed like he was trying to take all the blame that George was pissed off and made that whole blog about him. and about, or not about him, but about indirectly
No,
about
it
him.
was about him.
Yeah.
So this is part of the address.
Read what he says, because Damio
Condal,
references quotes.
Yeah, Condal addresses the post for the first time, telling EW he didn't see it himself, but was told about
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That man has it on his fridge at home, and he reads it every morning.
He did that podcast. He did the podcast 1 hour after.
Yeah, exactly. It was disappointing, he admits. I will simply say I've been a fan of A Song of Ice and Fire for almost 25 years. And working on the show has been truly one of the
great. Pause. He's 30. He's 33.
So I just threw that number out the other day or earlier today. He is shit. His IMDb shit is lacking.
Look up his 45. Age. Just
he's 45.
Okay, so that can make 20. He was 20. I mean, that makes sense.
So he read Song of Ice and Fire at age 15. Okay, whatever. I call bullshit. But go ahead. It's possible.
It's possible.
Great. It's been one of the truly great privileges of not only my career as a writer, but my life. Well, hang on. Let's look at his career as a writer. Plurality, a short in 2012. The Sixth Gun, a TV movie in 13. Hercules, which starred The Rock in 14. Rampage in 18. Colony, which I've never heard of, and then
got
House
canceled.
of Dragon. So, woohoo! Like that's not saying much. But my life as a fan of science fiction and fantasy, George himself is a monument, a literary icon, in addition to a personal hero of mine, and was heavily influenced on me coming up as a writer. It's this incomplete. Let's see. Condal acknowledges he said most of this in previous interviews, including how Fire and Blood is in traditional narrative. It's this incomplete history, and it requires a lot of joining of the dots and a lot of invention as you go along the way.
Right.
That's true. Like it is a difficult thing to translate into a TV show because first off, you don't know if what you're reading is true. And then you don't, and then not only is it iffy at best, but it's also a textbook, basically. It's not even a narrative. It's just like, and this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. I will simply say I made every effort to include George in the adaptation process. I really did, over years and years. And we really enjoyed a mutually fruitful, I thought, really strong collaboration for a long time. But at some point, as we got deeper down the road, he was just unwilling to acknowledge the practical issues at hand in a reasonable way. And this I think, is the biggest bullshit of it all.
Yeah.
I think it's very true that they had, and we can kind of assume that from interviews that both of them have given prior to season 2, that they've had a fairly good relationship dealing with this adaptation.
I think the things that George complained about with not having the second son, Helena's second son, and some of the issues that would impact story-wise were things that he could talk about because they had already happened. But you know where the relationship broke, and it was we're taking Nettles out.
Absolutely.
I guarantee you that when he said, "Well, we've got Raina, and she's going to be, taking over the role of Nettles," and George you could tell when you read Fire and Blood that other than Daemon Targaryen, his favorite character is Nettles. Like and we talk about diversity in movies and shows and all that. This is one of the times when a character is written in a book who is a black girl who is a great fucking character who you can't remove from the story because she motivates everything Daemon does towards the end. And
absolutely, yeah.
And to me,
and not only that, but she also is this tool to kind of challenge the authority of the Targaryens. Because whether or not, if she's not a Targaryen bastard,
right?
If there's not a Targaryen in her blood, 2, 3, 4 generations back or whatever, then she is proof that they're not that special.
And it gets into this whole idea of, can you actually not have that blood bond, but actually bond with the dragon the way she does? Like it opens it up to understanding, hey, can anybody fly a dragon, or does she actually have Targaryen blood? It gets into all that, but her relationship to Daemon. And so to me, the fact that they cast black actors to play the Valerians, that's fine, because Corlys, he's a great character. You know, Steve Toussaint does a great job playing Corlys.
Absolutely.
But you're telling me that and they're not going to say this, but you know the reason why they're not having Nettles is
because they have too many black actors.
We got two teenage or young black women playing characters in it right now, and we're going to bring in a third. They don't want to say 100%. That, but that's the only explanation for why you wouldn't bring Nettles in, and you make Rhaena become her. Like, so that's the only reason.
I guess we now know that because there was a lot when they were doing the red carpet for season 2. There was that one girl that it was like, she's not on any cast list. Why is she here? And there was rumors that maybe she's Nettles, but I guess now we know she was just someone's friend.
Well, there were photos of the dragon seeds walking, and you have Hugh Hammer and Altha White, and we see them now because we know those actors played those characters. And there's a black girl that looks the exact explanation for description of how Nettles looked.
Yep.
But we didn't see her when it came time for the show to be for that scene to happen. And so, you know, that's why George is pissed and he's done with Ryan Condal, because remember.
So this goes further. And I think as a showrunner, I have to keep my practical producer hat on and my creative writer, lover of the material hat on at the same time. Bullshit. There's no way in hell lover of the material hat was on at all during that last season.
You can't be a fan of Fire and Blood and say we're not going to have Nettles in the story. I call bullshit on that.
Absolutely.
I know she's not as important as Daemon or Aemond or Rhaenyra, but I would make a case that, you know, why have Helena even in the story if you're going to not have Nettles? I mean, other than she bears children, and you have the son for a son storyline, but doesn't Nettles have a huge storyline to play in what we're about to see? Yes.
Yeah.
So to say you're a lover of the material, you can't say you're a fan of this and say you're not going to have Nettles. That's just bullshit. When I see it and she's not in there, I'm going to have a sour taste in my mouth as a fan. Sorry. You can't convince me Nettles is not needed. Period.
Has Condal ever forthward said that he's read Fire and Blood?
I mean, I would imagine. I think so.
He's short. He's had to have read it. Of course, he has.
So he knows. The only reason I was asking, he knows what he's doing.
He thinks he put himself. He convinced himself in the writers' room with Sarah Hess and others. They convinced themselves that they got put in a bad spot because they were listening to all the outside noise when House of the Dragon first got cast, season 1. Well, people complained about Game of Thrones did not have enough diversity. First of all, bullshit. Because Missandei and Grey Worm
complain about that.
Missandei and Grey Worm were great characters that were there for years. So get out of here.
The other thing we know is that they had clear goals when they wrote Daemon and who else? I forget who the other one that they changed up was, but they had clear goals when they wrote Daemon, and they were really upset. Condal was one of the people that was upset as well, but they were really upset when people liked Daemon.
Yeah,
they wanted a bad guy, and when people said this guy is fucking cool, they were like, okay, and that's why I think they spent the entire season 2 of him just being a complete loon.
Well, you know what? I don't want to change topics, but it's the same thing you and I, Caleb, were talking about with White from the
I'm gonna talk about that in a second, Felicity.
The Hunger Games stuff. We were just talking about that.
Exactly.
What's the fixation of people? These directors and writers needing someone to hate. You can still have a character you hate, but still love because it was a well-written character, right?
Tell the fucking story. The audience decides.
Yeah. Look at
what's the name of that one guy? He wore all black.
That's what I was just going to say.
The point
that I was trying to make is look at Darth Vader.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, look at Darth Vader. Like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. You understand that, but he's one of the best villains,
Of course,
best ever written villains. Like, so it's
and
I love Darth Vader.
So they these people that operate in their own bubble and not in the real world, they were writing this story and said, we have to have diversity when we got to correct the wrongs of Game of Thrones. So they took the Valerians, not thinking about what it would do to the story of Targaryen bloodline from Valeria, the Valerians, and going, you know what? Okay, let's talk about this. If we're going to do this with the Corlys and his bloodline and Laenor and Laena, like, what does that do to the story? Because there is a bloodline aspect to this show that, to this, did they talk about that? Well, we know that they cast him. So, okay, I'm fine with that because I love Steve Toussaint. He does a great job as Corlys. I'm cool with it. Fine. Other people are not. I was fine with that. But, okay, you did that. You still have to cast Nettles. Like, whatever I think of what you did with the Valerians and, diversity casting and making sure you have more people of color in the show, fine. But you have to cast Nettles. So now it's like Snow White. You got to put dwarf actors in the movie, and just say, well, we don't want to offend anybody. Well, you just took jobs from 7 little people that won't work.
Yeah.
And same thing with that. You just took a role of a lifetime from an actress of color who could play Nettles. You just took that from somebody because you think, well, we don't want to confuse
career defining role too.
Yeah, because we got 2 black girls and they're just going to be confused if they see a third girl show up. Like, what? No, bullshit. And they don't want to address it. So he's throwing George.
That's actually more racist if that's how they did it.
It is. It's like it's the same. Well, black people can't get IDs. What the fuck do you mean black people can't get IDs?
That's going to confuse all the white. That's going to confuse all the white racist people if we have more than 2.
And Damio, you haven't read it, but that is the only explanation for not putting Nettles in the show.
Yeah.
She's not a throwaway character. She serves. I know some people may do it, but I believe that she plays a huge part in what happens with Rhaenyra and with Daemon, and with the end of it's bullshit.
And I think this says even more here. Where's my mouse? There's nothing we do on the show without talking it through and thinking about it very deeply for usually many months, if not years. I will just say that the creative decisions that we make in the show all flow through me, every single one of them. And this is the show that I want to make and believe as a fan of Fire and Blood and a deep reader of this material. It is the adaptation that we should be making to not only serve Fire and Blood, but also a massive television audience.
That quote's going to come back and bite him in the ass when they don't put Nettles in there.
I was going to say, you don't even have to read the book to know what he's doing there. Like, it's gaslighting. That's right. Is what it is. It's gaslighting. He's basically lying to the public and saying that what he does is correct. You know what it is? And I'm sorry to make this political. It's when Fauci says, if you don't trust me, you don't trust science. That's what it reads to me, at least,
Right.
And so at the same time, he's also outing himself, saying like every decision that's being made.
That's right.
It's going through.
He's also making it pretty clear that he may have read them, but he doesn't understand the books at all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because this is the fact of the matter is, unless George came down and said, "Hey, just so you know, Ryan, like the second part of Blood and Fire definitely tells everyone that he's
yeah, that's Felicity's comment.
John Boyega is being cast as Nettles in Hot Tea because it's not white and elite.
Well, I mean,
that's a good point. So Blood and Fire, the second book that's coming, before Winds of Winter, and the She Wolves of it's coming before Winds of Winter, guaranteed.
After. He's already released the schedule: Winds of Winter, then the rest of Dunk and Egg, then Blood and Fire, and then Dream of Spring.
Okay. She Wolves of Winterfell.
So
Blood and Fire. We don't know. George the way Nettles' story wraps up in House of the Dragon, George could have somewhere to go with it, beyond that. And so it just reeks of this guy's full of shit.
What I asked about, like, if he's confirmed that he's read it, it sounds like he's read the book once, but hasn't actually thoroughly gone through it multiple times and to actually understand it, like what you were talking about, Caleb. Because I mean, dude, off of like the few chapters I've read, like I was like, oh, I'm already like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to go through this multiple times to actually fully grasp.
And keep in mind, George did his blog post where, and I don't know the exact wording, but when he blew up on House of the Dragon season 2, and he said, and there's some things coming for season 3 that I've seen, like that if they go that route, I will have more to say. It will not be. He mentions Helena dying, Helena, and they made him pull the post, right, because he was spoiling stuff.
Yeah,
but so he's basically dancing around that George has people that are writing in that room that call him, and he knows he knows all the scripts, and so it's like, okay, you have a chance to fix this. Ryan Condal knows the things George needs fixed for him to lay off of them. And one of them is no doubt Nettles. And so it's like, okay, George sent out this first volley that, look, I'm not happy, but you still have a chance to change it because you haven't filmed season 3 yet. But if you don't, I'll have more to say later. So he's basically letting them know you got choices to make. Now, Felicity talking about John Boyega, and this ties into this a little bit. I'm not mad at John Boyega.
Okay.
And so real quick, I want to say this before I forget. Verbal Riot made a great point about this John Boyega thing about race and Star Wars and all that. It ties into a little bit of this Game of Thrones, House of Dragon stuff. I don't like what John Boyega said, the chocolate chips and the cookie dough and all that. But this is a classic example.
So fucking funny.
So this is a classic example of he's being interviewed by Variety. Somebody needs to be telling these actors that these publications, these rags, especially Variety, they don't have your best interest at heart when they interview you. No, they're setting you up. Quit doing interviews.
They're
like
sharks.
This.
They're sharks.
And they were setting John Boyega up to bait him into a racial argument around Star Wars. And it sucks because I like the guy. And when I first saw the trailer, even though I didn't like Kathy Kennedy, but when Force Awakens teaser first hit, I don't know how you guys felt, but when John Boyega's face pops up on the screen in the Stormtrooper outfit, I thought that could be really cool.
Well, like, also, most of the people
fucked his character. The fans didn't. Lucasfilm fucked his character.
That's kind of what I was going to agree with you on that. So most people that hate on the sequel trilogy will also say, hand in hand, that that he should have been the one to take up the mantle of the new Jedi, essentially, right? And also, it wasn't the fans that decided to shrink his face on the China poster.
It was Bob fucking Iger.
Yeah.
Listen, like we talked about it before Force Awakens came out. I didn't particularly care about Daisy Ridley's character, and I certainly didn't care about Poe. I like Daisy Ridley's character better than Poe. Poe to me,
Poe. In the first time I watched, I think Poe was the better character.
When I watched Force Awakens, I was excited to see Finn become an ex Empire essentially, and grow into a Force sensitive Jedi. Like that's who I thought the story was going to revolve around. I wasn't even thinking about race. Like
to me, when I saw the teaser, I was like, okay, this is interesting. I want to know who the character is. Is he going to be the main character of the movies? Like, what's the story arc? And then no fans. There was not one single fan that you could find out that bashed John Boyega or a black guy story. People make jokes, but because there's always going to be people making dumb jokes. I mean, I make dumb jokes. So, but at the end of the day, people were supportive of Finn's character before Force Awakens came out. Lucasfilm took a shit on his character because they want to make $500 million of their gross out of China, and they realized quickly that China has a race problem more than any other country in the world. They don't want to see black characters on the screen in main roles.
Okay.
And Lucasfilm and Disney bent over and said, okay, China, we want your money. So they turned around. What did they do for the second movie? They minimized Finn's character, and they brought in Kelly Marie Tran, neither of which helped the movie.
Yeah. Also, let's be honest, that there was foreshadowing there when look, we know where like sequel trilogy is not good, but there was foreshadowing with Kylo Ren coming in and Finn taking his helmet off during that execution, and it was kind of like setting it up right there that like he's gonna move forward to be the next kind of like the next Jedi, so it's but
they blew it, not the fans. The fans always supported John Boyega, and it sucks that he's made these comments because he can't take it back. He's kind of fucked now.
We are getting off on a tangent. I do want to
wrap it back up to Game of Thrones is the reason why this shit happens to people like John Boyega, where they make these comments, is because, and I understand, Felicity, you're right. It was an Apple documentary and number one on the call sheet about, race and movies. I get that, but Variety was involved with that interview. So at the end of the day, the people like Ryan Condal and Sarah Hess that are in these writers' rooms, the media rags that just like the guy that interviews all these people on the red carpet, how gay is this movie? Are you excited about is this going to be the gayest Disney movie ever? That same guy, these people, Ryan Condal and Sarah Hess and the people that are making these casting decisions and these story decisions, and then the studio, they bring in such an agenda, and people are fucking tired of it. They're tired of them taking their IPs that they love and saying, you know what? Whatever's in the book or whatever's in the expanded universe or whatever's in this that George wrote, George Lucas, George Martin, Tolkien, Ian Fleming, you fucking name it. It's what they did was not good enough. We have this is 2025 and we're going to right the wrongs of the world and we're going to do it with this IP. But guess what? Caleb, you're a diehard 007 fan. We still want your money. We know we've watched every movie that Bond that's ever come out. We want your money. We want you to come to the theater or to watch it on streaming or wherever, but we don't want to present to you the Bond that you love. We want to lecture to you of how we think Bond should be, how we think Westeros should be, or Star Wars. That's the fucking problem. That's why these things happen to these stories. They don't want to come up with new IPs. That's why what Anna de Armas said today or yesterday was so important, because she's like,
I actually loved that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let James be James and John Wick be John Wick. Let's do our own thing. That's the perfect answer.
I read that. Dude, they already tried that. They tried that with Atomic Blonde, and Atomic Blonde did really well. I
like Atomic Blonde.
One of the number one spy things I see almost every day is, when do we get Atomic Blonde 2? People want men and women want Atomic Blonde 2. And if they would just stop saying, well, James Bond needs to be a black woman that has a penis for this next movie, then and just say, let's go make a spy that's a woman.
Well, look, they don't want to gamble the money on that. So they're trying to take these already existing characters and saying, hey, I know you like this, but this is like, we're going to change this and you're going to buy it anyway, because we put the title on it. And it doesn't matter what we do with the character or the story. It has the title. We're doing what we're doing. If you don't like it, you're this, and that. It's pretty clear. They've done this with every franchise that we've seen.
It's starting to crack, though. It's not fixed, but it's starting to crack. Jennifer Salke has been fired from Amazon. She's the one that did Rings of Power.
And that job has been dissolved, too.
Yeah, and Felicity, Amy Pascal, she was involved with Spider-Man. I loved it, but I got issues with Amy Pascal. It's so,
it should be very difficult to fail with Spider-Man, and she didn't. I mean, she didn't. I don't think she failed. But she did not do what she should have.
I have a question. Amy Pascal, is she like? She's like No Way Home. All of these other.
No.
She
did. She was involved with Toby's Spider-Man, or
she's done every.
She was.
She's been one of the producers,
Yeah.
executive producers for every single
Okay.
Sony superhero movie, which is
she's
Spider-Man, Venom.
Yeah, but that
Craven.
again, that comes back to what I said before. Those movies don't necessarily translate into a man's movie like like 007. It's just that's going to be a hard transition and a big learning curve, in my opinion. And if you're gonna, I don't know it. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see Spider-Man and James Bond in the same.
Yeah,
in the same frame of work. I just don't.
So let's fast forward just a bit.
Yeah.
They go on in this interview to talk about the Battle of the Gullet, which is clearly going to be episode 1 and part of episode 2 in season 3. There's no other way to put anything else in those first 2 episodes than the Battle of the Gullet. And we know that there are 4 major events in season 3, which are Battle of the Gullet, the sack of King's Landing, most likely one of the battles of Tumbletown, and then there's a couple things that number 4 could be, or number 3, because I think Tumbletown will be number 4. But
right.
One of the things that annoys me in this, Condal says, in many ways the Gullet has been on the mind. Let me share this. In many ways, the Gullet has been on the minds of the production for about 3 years now, and trying to figure out how we're going to mount it in a way that was both producible and exciting and thrilling. Sure, I mean, it's going to cost an assload of money. We know that they already know it's going to cost a lot, because that's why they cut it from season 2. The planning that has gone into this, and this is the part of the quote that I'm like, wow, you really love sniffing your own farts. Basically, all departments working in concert to really make a thing that nobody has ever done before. You're not launching. Yeah, this isn't actually happening on the narrow sea. Like, it's not actually. This isn't real. Like, all of the sea, you're not actually putting boats to sea. You know, that's Master
Which
Commander
would probably make
like
it look
that.
way better.
Yeah, you're not. Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed like that. Like, we've done that before. No one's impressed by you doing that. I mean, we'd love for you to do it.
They built it on a set. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen the pictures of what did he name his ship?
The queen who
never was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we've all seen the pictures of the Queen Who Never Was on in dry dock, basically. Like, I'm not impressed by your studio doing that. Again, Lord of the Rings blew y'all out of the water. Game of Thrones blew y'all out of the water. Like, it's good, and that's what you should do. Everyone should be involved in this massive $20 million episode. But you're not getting props just because you're doing what you should do.
Well, also, and you guys can speak better on this than I can, but if you're dumping a whole lot of money into the first couple episodes, what does that look like for the rest of the season?
Depending on what they do in that
aren't there multiple battles coming up?
Yeah, so there's 4. He talks about it down here. 4 major events that we cover from the book in season 3. So the first 2, which are going to be the Battle for the Gullet and the Sack of King's Landing, I think they're going to be the most expensive production-wise, because a lot of it is going to be CGI. I think you could do Battle for Tumbletown with very little CGI. And then whatever the 4th one is, there's 3 or 4 things that could be, in my opinion. I think it's going to end up being the bridge, and that's very limited CGI as well. But
yeah, so it's the ship is the Queen Who Ever Was.
Okay.
So he plays around with the name. She was the Queen Who Never Was. His homage to her in the ship was the Queen Who Ever Was. The 4 events, I think, we're going to start with the Gullet. I think it's the Gullet, the Fall of King's Landing, and then we'll see like a fish feed, and then the Butcher's Ball and First Tumbleton. Those are going to be the 4 events. I'm convinced of that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The Tumbleton
based on
battle,
set photos.
That's the one with Roddy leading the.
Yes. Yeah, the Winter Wolves.
Yep. Winter Wolves. That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
And the guy from Sons of Anarchy.
I don't want to. I don't want to jump into the casting thing, but yeah, that's
the guys from Sons of Anarchy. That's
what I wanted to talk. Okay.
So this is one of the things that annoys me. Okay. He also notes that Cameron Delanoy, who worked as production manager on Titanic, is an executive producer in House of the Dragon, saying he comes in having worked on one of the biggest naval sequences ever put to film. I am so fucking sick and tired of people saying, hey, I worked on the Titanic. I am a god in filming. Buddy, y'all sat there in a pool. I've seen the fucking sets.
Right.
Y'all sat there in a pool that had a cardboard thing in the back that looked like that Titanic. I'm not impressed. You didn't send, you know what's impressive? What Master Commander did, actually sending that ship around the Cape. That's impressive. But sitting there in a pool with half of the Titanic and then CGing the rest of it is not fucking impressive.
That fucking movie was longer than it took for Titanic to sink.
Mm-hmm. It sunk twice there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a stunning thing. I would like to think that this is probably the most complex sequence that's ever been done for television.
Okay. Well,
possible. Yeah.
We'll decide that when we watch it.
Not necessarily the most expensive or the longest shoot or anything like that. The longest shoot comment scares me. I feel like he's trying to walk back the idea that this is going to be the entirety of the episode. Like I wouldn't be surprised if the episode begins halfway through the battle.
No, there were rumors that it was going to take like 4 or 5 months to film the Gullet. There was stuff out there, and I think he's trying to debunk that.
Well, because they started filming today, I think, or they started production today, and they're supposed to wrap up in October. So that's.
I mean, we're going to get a lot of
6 months.
How much Damon are you going to get this season? Felicity? I don't know. We're going to get a lot. We're going to get a lot of Ormond Hightower. And
Ormond, yes.
Yes, we're going to start to see some more of Ormond Hightower. I think we're going to get quite a bit more because of what's going to happen to people not being on the show after this season. I think we're going to get a steady dose of. We're going to get Otto. Otto's going to be back.
He's got to get freed.
Yeah, so don't say any more than that. So we got to get Otto back, and then we're going to get more of Kristen Cole, and we're definitely going to get more of Ormond Hightower,
and then we're going to get
the seeds, the dragon seeds, during the Gullet and after. I don't think we're going to get a lot of Damon in season 3. Not a lot.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons that I feel like. And all of the, they still pop up every now and then to talk about stuff. I haven't heard Matt Smith say anything in a while.
I think he'll be in the back end.
Well,
and then we're gonna get a heavy dose of Damon and
that. You know what? That was the other person. They were upset that people liked Otto, and they were upset that people liked Damon. So they sidelined them.
Dude, Otto and Damon, from a neutral, like non-book reader. Otto and Damon are some of my favorite characters.
Yes. Viserys, Otto, Damon. And look.
They've already said that too, haven't they? That Mysaria is going to play a big role.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I think that's a big freaking mistake.
A big mistake. Just because she was in the White Council doesn't mean, or I guess Black Council.
Pulled up? I don't know if you pulled it up. Maybe I did. I'm not really sure, but there was someone had a list of the minutes of screen time in season 2 of the different characters, and Mysaria was like, she was right up there.
Yeah, wasn't it like 13 minutes? Is it or
no? It was more than that.
Oh,
13 minutes for the whole season.
Oh, okay.
No, she had the gist of it was she had way more screen time than a lot of other really good characters. And again, this season you're going to see Darren the Daring, Ormond Hightower. You got to show them quite a bit. They've already said that Ormond James Norton is going to be heavily focused in this season. They've already said that. And then we've got. Are they going to show the lads? Bloody Ben. And when are they going to bring in Black Alley? Like, you can't just bring those people in season 4 and be like, here they are.
I don't think they're going to show Black Alley because I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to end it where they should end it.
I mean, we have 16 episodes left, and one of these episodes this season they've said is non-story driven, like it's a character-centric episode. And I take that to mean it's going to be a deviation. Remember when they had the Hound just working for the guy doing the church, played by Ian McShane?
Yeah.
And it was kind of okay, but it was also like,
here we go, real quick.
Wasted an episode.
Rhaenyra was an hour 44 minutes and 20 seconds. Allison, hour and 9 and 10. Damon was an hour and 5 and 10 seconds. Aegon, 39 minutes. Kristen Cole, 38:20. Chase, 30 minutes on the dot. Aemon, 27 minutes and 20 seconds. Masseria was the 9th most screen time at 23 minutes and 20 seconds.
She had 4 minutes less screen time than Aemon One Eye. That is stupid.
She had just over 6 minutes less than the heir to the Iron Throne.
And more time than Corlys, Rhaenys, Helena. Helena's a good character on the show. She's actually better on the show than she is in the books.
So she had a minute 20 less than Corlys.
Okay. That's just
this is shocking. She had 6 minutes more than Otto. Only 6 minutes.
And they're going to explain that because of the story. Otto was left. Okay, whatever. It's stupid.
So
either way you slice it, it's stupid. But look, they got a lot of characters to bring in season 3. You can't just do a dump in season 4 of like, hey, here's this the final season. Let's introduce 5 or 6 of these characters and make us care about them.
So if you would, are you gonna read this off, Caleb?
These guys.
Well, I was just do you mind just if I kick off the Tommy Flanagan one?
Yeah.
So I just finished a rewatch of Sons of Anarchy, and literally right after I finished, Tommy Flanagan, he plays Chibs. I literally finished that. Was like he would play such a good knight, like medieval knight, and within literally a day, the casting comes out with him. And I had to look up his character and who he was playing. I was like, I hope he doesn't just play this like random knight. And I looked up his character. He seems pretty like. I stopped reading after a certain point because I was like, I don't even want to spoil.
Smart idea.
But I do know like the most of it. Regardless, like I think this is going to be. I think he's going to be playing an incredible character. And also he played Arthur Shelby Sr. in Sons or in why am I forgetting it?
God.
Peaky Blinders. I was drawing a blank there. But still, regardless, I was so stoked when I saw that he got casted in this show. Because dude, it was I mean, I think he's gonna be based off what I read, I think he's gonna fucking kill this role. But I just wanted to
no, I did
before you guys jump into the lore.
He looks very much like what that character should look like.
Yeah, well, yeah, the character gets a scar, gets injured, But how about Dan Fogler?
Dude, Dan Vogler, how do you say his last name?
Fogler, yeah.
Is
probably,
he's the guy on the right?
Yeah, yeah. He's
so
is
he British?
Part. I think so, yeah.
Because he plays an American guy, mostly. He play in that ping pong movie. I forgot what it was.
Shit! Dan Fogler becomes the second American actor.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. I'm pretty sure he was American. Every movie he's played in, he's had the American accent.
He was born in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And that shows you how great, how good of an actor this guy is. Him and Peter Dinklage. Well, Jason Momoa, right?
No, Jason is.
But Jason's American. Come on.
Yeah, he's Hawaiian.
He's American.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying. It's basically Peter Dinklage and Dan Fogler.
Also, Danfo, like if he during that screening or his screen reading or whatever, his script reading and his audition, he must have done such a good accent that they're like, okay, you can pass, and then they actually legitimately considered him, right?
Maybe because Tyrion didn't really have an accent,
but he did it well enough to pass.
He had Peter's accent.
Yeah.
So it's a great Torrin Manderley. I think he's going to knock it out of the park. I think both these guys.
I'll tell you. So the Manderleys are one of my favorite houses because I think the Northern Conspiracy is one of the best whodunits that has really been written. Well, I guess half written since we don't have the rest of the story. But if half of what like Alt Shift X and all of them come up with actually happens. Like it's a pretty gnarly shit, and we looks exactly like what I picture a Manderley to look like.
And we don't have the other person is James Norton as Ormond Hightower.
Yeah,
great casting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But
so I'm excited about the casting news.
The good thing is, who's he playing again? James.
He's playing Ormond Hightower.
Damn.
He's playing Lord Hightower.
Shit. Never mind. I was going to say that's really good, but because
Otto.
It's good casting, but the problem is that he has that job because HBO canceled his other show, which is why he has the role of Harold in King and Conqueror.
Right.
And the thing that's upsetting is he got that role instead of William because HBO told him, well, you can only go do that show if you're on it for one season.
Right.
So it's nice knowing that they are most likely actually killing Harold at the end of season 1 of King and Conqueror. Yeah. But if he actually gets freed before they start, really filming the show, they might change that, which would make King and Conqueror even worse than it sounds like it's going to be.
These are great casting choices. These actors, I like all of them. They're all solid. It still is not going to make me feel any better if there's no Nettles. I can't get around it. It's like,
So I just realized this. What is this section of the article called?
New casting, and then
why is Evan Arce, who's been on the fucking show for a season and a half, included?
Hey. That's the man half of her.
Yeah, because it's a different pronoun. It's a different pronoun this week.
Okay.
When they originally did the casting, it was they.
Yeah, it was.
This time it's them.
Bravo. That's good. Let's see.
But you know what? I talk about all this Nettle stuff. For someone who's never read the book, they probably aren't going to care.
About the casting?
About no Nettles. Like someone who hadn't read the book.
Yeah, I'm not the right person to say because I haven't read the book, but I talked to you, Caleb, and our other friend, and it's like,
I mean, I get it.
I know way more than what I should know.
I know, and they're HBO and Ryan Condal, they're sitting in the room saying, 80% of the audience who watches these shows don't read the books. They're not going to care.
Yeah.
I know they're saying that, but it's still you're pissing off the creator of George, and if George had actually released Winds of Winter and then come out and criticize Ryan Condal and all this stuff, Ryan Condal probably wouldn't have a job right now. It would be so unanimous. But the fact that George has not finished Winds of Winter, it kind of gives Ryan Condal cover, right?
Well,
I agree.
The funniest thing for me as someone that hasn't read the book is watching you and Caleb debate why Nettle doesn't matter. Because you're hard on
do we debate that? I think we all agree that she pretty much matters.
I mean, last season I do remember when we were all in Discord. I do remember you kind of were taking the argument that it's like she should be in it, but it doesn't. Really...
Listen, I agree with what you said earlier, Damio. When the time comes, I want them to call Ryan Condal them out for being racist, for not putting her in there.
Yeah. Well, it's more racist, like what you were saying, that you know, oh, they're gonna just not like they're not gonna remember who she is.
By the way,
if we add another black chick in this story.
And by the way, Felicity talked about Amy Pascal is on the clock for Bond. Don't forget, Amy Pascal was fired from Sony for racist emails when the Sony hack got leaked. Remember when Sony got hacked and there were all their
she was like, "Oh, this is all the Indians that we hired."
Well, you'd have to pull up everything she said. But she Amy was the one that got fired when the Sony hack happened. They leaked a bunch of emails and there was racist stuff in there. I mean, they were all on. Remember that? It was TV news. Al Sharpton was on there saying her apology's not good enough. Like, so Amy Pascal was the one that was not paying the women, you know, as much money as they should have made versus the men, and then all the racist comments. So it's just fat. I just want to kind of give a little context. Amy Pascal.
This has been pretty fun. There's one other kind of big topic to talk about. I know
Superman footage.
He will get there. He's been waiting patiently, but while we were talking about this, I made an introduction for this. It's a lot. It took a lot of hard work. It's a very good. I hope y'all enjoy it.
I'm thinking I'm back.
And that was it. So John Wick 5, we're getting it. We're getting John Wick 5. We're getting Ballerina, which is going to have a young John Wick, still played by Keanu Reeves. He's just going to, dye that salt and pepper.
Yeah.
Sean, you know about that, right?
Wait, what? Expands with animated prequel?
And then there's an animated prequel film coming out, and Donnie Yen is directing and starring in a Kane spinoff.
I don't like that. Who cares about Kane? Nobody cares.
So
I love
agree. Kane, I think Kane is interesting enough to warrant more of a story, but it's going to depend on how they do that story, I think.
Sending Kane to an animated prequel film makes 100% sense.
That's two different things.
No. Yeah.
See the comma?
Yeah. Wait, he's doing a live action spinoff.
Oh, okay. So John Wick. Wait.
John Wick 5.
Hey, do you
Ballerina,
think
animated prequel, and a Kane spinoff?
Do you think they would insult Donnie Yen to make him blind and animated? That's the ultimate insult.
I was just getting confused with the prequel and the animated thing. But I mean,
is this really a whole universe thing?
So real quick, Felicity is spot on. John Wick 1 was a perfect standalone movie.
Yes.
And I think it's a great example of a movie that someone wrote and thought, I could do more, but let's make the movie first. It's very much like how George did Star Wars. It's very much how Jon Favreau and Iron Man. All of these things can stand on their own, even though you got that scene at the end of Iron Man. So you see the success and you go, okay, well, I do have this other idea. And then that succeeds. It's like, okay, well, I do have this other idea. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that is kind of where we are, that this is the breaking point. If these several projects succeed, we're at like phase 3 of Marvel.
I don't need different multiple phases for a John Wick universe. What I like about when I watch John Wick, I'm not coming to those movies looking for a in-depth substance of storytelling. Yeah. I'm looking for a well thought out plot at least, and world building that at least adds to the pre-existing forms, but still gives me what I'm looking for, which is just violence.
That's kind of where I'm at, where I sit on things like Transformers. Like anyone that went to the theater to watch Transformers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, however many are out, and walked out going, that was a terrible movie. It didn't have A through Z. What were you expecting? They're giant robots that fight each other. And the majority of people got what they wanted out of this.
So Felicity said Dragon's Breath was dope, and if I'm remembering what she's talking about, it's the shotgun shells that you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
incendiary ones. Those
Yeah.
are real. Like that's not
Yeah,
fictionary. Like those are real shotgun shells that can actually, you know, they're incendiary rounds. Regardless, I think John Wick, what it does well, really, really, really well done cinematography, and it's just fun action. Like it's the definition of popcorn movies. Like you go there, you go there just to go to for the movie experience. You have a fun time. You don't have to sit there and like think about the plot and the story and the characters too much. Like you're showing up to see some good action, like decently well done acting and all that other stuff, and like then you go home and you're like, that was really fun. I will say John Wick 4, that top down scene that they did at the end, like the sequence of the top down where he's going through the hotel.
Yeah.
That's innovative. That's actually innovative,
Yeah.
like film cinematography, where he's like, you know, he's going like I've never seen that in an action movie where they're going.
They've done that kind of with every
Bruce Lee.
one of the movies.
Bruce Lee did it. Game of Death.
Yeah, but the way John Wick did it was,
I understand.
Think, very
kind of like one of the
years
things
later
that made Spectre stand out was it the first scene is a single cut of 15 minutes. Like that's impressive.
Yeah.
And same thing with
sure.
What was the World War I movie?
1917.
Yeah,
it's supposedly, now I don't think it is. It's supposedly all one cut. There are very clear times. There's about
I mean,
that
Revenant,
they could easily have stopped.
When he's in the house.
Revenant
is in the house, and then in a tunnel, everything gets real dark, and you could have easily, like, you know, okay, everyone reset.
Revenant is in the same boat there. Like a lot of that stuff was one take and long, but you know, long exposure. Regardless, sorry, Sean. I just want to finish this thought. With John, not the other things that they're doing, the animated and the Donnie Yen thing, specifically with John Wick 5. I know you and I, Caleb, have talked about this. Like, did he die or did he not die? I was the one that was on the party of, I don't think he's dead, and I think he's coming back for John Wick 5.
Right.
And I remember you saying that, like, you think he's dead.
I'm pretty sure I said he's coming back. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe I'm
it doesn't matter. But I'm very happy. John Wick, I think, is an excellent story, and you can take each one of them and watch them by themselves. Like,
again,
I don't want to judge it until I know the script and this teaser, the trailer. You know what the story is, right? It's just got to be a good story. I don't want to see John Wick 5 just for the sake of John Wick 5. I want to have a good story.
And Caleb, I wasn't trying to create a debate.
The thing that I love real quick though is Felicity says Keanu's knees are gone. He can't run.
Are.
Well, maybe if he didn't roll down 140 steps, probably multiple times, his knees would be better.
Also, Felicity, you don't need knees to just shoot people in the face.
You know what? That's why we created things that shoot tiny little pieces of metal at very fast rates.
Regardless, I was pretty happy when I saw this one because it was I'm pretty sure it was just typical Hollywood like interviews, but he'd like literally a couple weeks ago had just been like, yeah, I don't know if he's dead or not. And then, all of a sudden CinemaCon comes around and it's like John Wick 5's announced, you know, so it felt very boilerplate, like, actor just trying to diverge the narrative.
Isn't he still developing the Constantine film? Another Constantine?
No, I don't.
You're not?
Oh, but
I think it is
the
still
only
on the
thing.
table.
The last thing I remember about that is him doing the interview with Kimmel, I think, and saying, "I want to do Constantine, but no one will let me do it."
You know what? I don't know what role it would be, but obviously Keanu has a really strong relationship with Chad Stahelski, right? We know that. Like he trusts him. He's made Keanu an extra $200 million, so they trust each other. Well, and Stahelski is filming Highlander, the reboot with Cavill in May. I would love to see Keanu in some role in the Highlander reboot.
Also, it's like we don't show up to Keanu Reeves movies for the fucking amazing emotional range that he has. Yeah. Like, we show up to watch him be a badass.
And I think he's earned that. You know, he has he's earned the viewers' trust that we're going to be entertained. We might not walk out of that movie theater going, that is a classic.
Hey, my friends,
we're going to walk out entertained.
When we went and saw Point Break, when the movie came out with Swayze and him, my friends,
God, the new one's so much better.
That's sacrilegious. And
I agree. Actually. Yeah. I like the new one a lot more than
Jesus.
I should have stuck along with that longer, dude.
No, it was. Yeah.
Damio.
Objectively, it's a better film.
Quick, I'm actually really excited for Ballerina. I think that it has the ability to do exactly what we've sat here and said about female action stars. That you've got a universe that already know badass women exist in. It's not shocking to see. You had the first one. You had Amber Rose. You had honestly the lady from the high table that does the thing with her wrists. That was a cool 4.5 minutes.
Well,
that was badass.
Also,
don't do that shit, but it was a badass thing to do.
Also, we know Keanu Reeves is making an appeance in that. Also, I'm a huge Norman Reedus fan from why am I forgetting the name of they play those Irish assassins. Why am I forgetting the name of this movie?
Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints, brother.
Boondock Saints and Walking Dead seasons 1 through 4. Huge fan of those. So I like Norman Reedus, and he's in that movie. So I'm like, I'll probably end up watching it. I'm not
there's
too excited
one
about
scene.
it.
I assume you've seen the trailer.
Yeah, I have.
The only scene in the trailer that I thought Felicity is gonna hate this about the whole small woman thing is when she holds the door and the grenade goes off behind it. Like that's suspend your disbelief for that. But everything else, as long as she's just shooting people, women can aim fine too.
Look, if she goes up,
that's a great equalizer.
If she goes up against someone the size of Alan Richardson, I'm gonna be like, all right, I don't know if I can agree, or trust this. You know,
or
like,
if she if she has something like if she cuts him and kicks him in the balls and shit like that. Well,
you have to respect the audience enough to write it into the story. We know that historically speaking, there have been female assassins, female agents, MI6, CIA. You know, we know that, and so use the advantage of her being.
It's like side hand to hand. It's not really like
use the advantage of her.
Fist, boom.
Use the advantage of her being smaller, just like when Alan Rickson was doing Reacher and he fought the guy at the end of season 3.
Yeah.
There was no way.
By the way, how was Reacher versus Paulie a better Clegane Bowl than the actual Clegane Bowl?
Well, and they respected the audience to go, look, they set it up that he could not physically one-on-one beat Paulie. Paulie was hit too hard, too fast on his feet. And so they set that up. And then at the end, even though Reacher is a big guy, he's fighting a bigger guy that he says, you may be bigger and stronger, but I'm smarter.
Can we all agree?
Smarter,
That's what they got to do with Ballerina. She's got to outsmart the people that she's fighting. She's got to, and there's a way to do this, you know.
Can we all agree though that at the end of the day, we show up to John Wick for like the good action and the world building. Like the world building's fine. Like
I love the world.
They do
building.
a good job. With the high table, all of this stuff, like it's actually like it's believable in the sense.
I've talked a lot about how there's like this magic, not in the same sense of like Harry Potter, but everyone's shots land perfectly. The movement of the swords, the suits, the technology, all that shit. Like there's this, and again, I need to find a new word than magic. But everyone gets what I mean when I say magic.
Yeah. It is. It's magic. We don't have technology. Where Teflon's not going to fucking. You can't. A Teflon suit
one or
not
two.
Gonna stop.
Before
the 3,000 that he deals with.
Before we get out of here, did y'all cover the new Superman footage?
No, not yet.
Have you seen it?
One thing. No, I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't seen it. It's out.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Can we watch it?
Yeah, I haven't decided if I wanted to see it yet. I kind of want to go. It's just 4 minutes. Okay.
Yeah,
that's really long. Though.
Caleb, the second part that I put into we don't have to cover that. We can talk about that later.
Okay.
I just want y'all's take when because y'all are going into this blind. You've seen the trailer where Crypto shows up in the snow and he says, "Crypto home," right?
Yeah.
Take me home. Okay. That's all you've seen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, she said watch the sneak peek, but be careful. It's Warner Brothers. They'll
Yeah. So I mean, I don't make money off my live streams, so I don't care if this gets taken down.
Yeah.
Streak still kind of looks a little too baggy.
So we are reacting to this footage.
Stop.
I feel like this is too serious a scene for me to be laughing at.
Well, that's what they're going for, humor of a pet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's C-3PO. He's supposed to be the funny sidekick.
But obviously they're going for the whole dynamic of the humor with the pet.
Which I think everyone going to see this knows and understands.
So this music is
Here's the Fortress of Solitude.
That's cool, the door.
Do we get the key?
This is where they make very interesting choices.
So I did see pictures of the robots.
No need to thank us, sir, as we will not appreciate it. We have no consciousness whatsoever, merely automatons here to serve. Meet 12. She's new.
So are these robots not canon?
No, they're
14 fractured bones.
Damage to bladder, kidney, large intestine, lungs.
With a healthy dose of yellow sun, we'll have you up and at 'em in no time.
So that's interesting. They can make it like a
level 4,
like a
292 times Saharan Prime, please. One.
Who's back?
I still hate the hair. So there hasn't been a single visual element or there hasn't been a single teaser, trailer, or anything in this that has made me net negative. There have been things that have been like, y'all could have done better. But overall, I'm at a net positive with this movie.
I don't mind the dog, and I know they're going for the James Gunn humor. You know, I get that. I'm still having a tough time with the suit.
The suit and the hair. Shockingly, I'm a little more okay with the hair now than I was, what was it, 2-3 months ago? But the thing that concerns me is first off, let me hit this. Clyde for 2 says, shame about your live stream being taken down.
Yeah.
I don't want another origin story. And I know we're not getting that. But what concerns me is that we're going to get like half of that.
I think it's going to be a year 1, a year 2 story. That's what it seems like to me. Like they're not going to explain all the beats of.
He's been a Superman for a couple of years.
Yeah.
The hair thing when he's Clark running down the street to go in, the hair is it Clark? So I got 2 boys that are going through that right now. Like they go to school and all the white kids have. Oh well, I'm just being honest. Like all the white kids.
Your kids are white.
That's what I'm saying. They my kids don't have that hairdo. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But all the kids at their school have it. And especially as my kids are in middle school. So like when they get to high school, they almost all have it. And so right now, one of my kids is saying, I want that hairdo. I want that hairdo. Like, so I get what Gunn is doing, trying to cater to that younger of seeing Clark and going, hey, that's like my buddies in high school. And like, I get what he's doing there. I don't personally like it because I don't think that's Clark, but I get why he's doing it. I just, they're being real careful to not show, the story around Lex and Lois and him as Superman. Like we only get to hear him whisper to, he says thank you. We don't get to hear him talk that much. But
there was a picture of that's Nicholas Hoult, right?
Yeah, he's Lex.
Yeah. There was a picture of him wearing or as Lex Luthor that I thought, holy fuck, that's Lex Luthor.
Well, there's a scene in the movie you just saw where he's got a gun and someone says,
hey guys, I gotta get out of here.
All right.
All right,
dude, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
It was a great night.
In the chat, buddy.
Of course. All right. Good night, guys.
Yep. Peace out, bud. But I really think that, and Felicity, I know there are a bunch of people that have very, very different feelings about this show compared to the movie. Both in super, super positive and relatively negative. But
I'm not negative, but I'm a little worried based on everything Gunn's done. There's been this huge marketing campaign that has nothing to do with Superman, Lois, or Lex. It's all been crypto. And the marketing's been really, really weird for this. And maybe it's because they don't have it finished yet. I don't know.
See, Felicity,
I don't know.
What you want is more DCAU. That's what you want. And again, this is my issue with DC versus Marvel.
She made a good point, though. David Cornsweet worked out and gained a bunch of muscle, and then he puts on a suit that doesn't show muscles.
Well, that we don't know shows muscles.
Right.
Yeah, this movie comes out in 3 months. They're not done.
I mean, his tights are bigger than the ones my dad wore growing up.
Why was your dad wearing tights?
He wore BVDs.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
His weren't red. Superman's are red. My dad's were white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I think that I don't think any of what we've seen is a finished product.
Yeah.
And that I think is going to hurt them in the short term. And look, I mean, if this thing comes out and everyone goes, dude, this is pretty good. People are going to go see it. It's Superman. People are going to go see this no matter what. This will make $1 billion. But the question is it going to make 1.5 or because it'll make four, it'll probably make about 500. Actually, I mean, Superman is more of an American thing. It'll
Look, if it makes $1 billion, Caleb, that's a success.
Yeah. Well, is it though? Because even Dawn versus Superman is a success. Well, I guess compared to everything that we've had come out in the last 4 or 5 years.
And to Felicity's point about she doesn't think it'll make $1 billion, I don't know. I can only go off of what I've seen so far, and the fact that and I'm a Superman easy sell. I'm the person who's going to go see the movie regardless, but the fact that I'm sitting there looking at it going, I'm not sure. That makes me think that it's not a given it's going to get to $1 billion. It's got to get good reviews. And the audience, people have to come out of the theater saying it's good. So the audience score has to be high. And I don't know what else it's competing with. I don't know if it's Jurassic.
So this is the issue. This is one of the reasons why I think it. So I do think it'll make $1 billion. If it doesn't, I think one of the reasons is going to be this is the movie for about a week and a half. I think this is going to suffer the same stuff that Mission Impossible suffered with the fact that it was the movie for a week and a half, and then Oppenheimer and Barbie came out and took every single person that might have gone to see it again to go see those movies instead. So you've got Superman, and then you have Jurassic World, I believe, a week and a half later, and then a week and a half after that, you have it's not Doomsday. Is it Doomsday? What's the?
Well, let's see.
July movies.
How to Train Your Dragon comes out June 13th. That's going to make money.
But that's June.
Yeah. When does
Fantastic Four? So I think it's Superman, Jurassic World, Fantastic Four.
That's a turd. Fantastic Four is going to be a turd.
I think it will be a turd, but I think it is.
Lilo and Stitch.
No, you know what? It's Jurassic World, and then Superman. So Jurassic World is the 2nd, and then it's Superman on the 11th, and then Fantastic Four on the 25th. So Superman's going to have the superhero thing for 2 weeks, and
I think Fantastic Four is
sale. I think.
I think Fantastic Four is not going to. If Superman gets,
I want it not to do well. Because I want Pedro Pascal to stop being cast and everything, but I wouldn't be shocked if it does fine. Like if it made $700 million, and they're able to say we got our money back, which they haven't been able to say for a Marvel project for the last 4 years, I think. Then they'll be able to tout it as a success.
Yeah, I like its odds against Fantastic Four.
Oh shit! I forgot about this. It's got the female Silver Surfer.
Yes,
I forgot about that.
If Superman gets good word of mouth, Fantastic Four is done. Now Jurassic World Rebirth, that again, different movies, but Superman needs good reviews, and it needs people like Felicity said, repeat viewings. People coming out of the theater saying, it's good. And
now Jurassic World has the long weekend with July 4th being a Friday.
Keep in mind though, Jurassic World Rebirth does not have Chris Pratt. It's
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, they're new characters, and that's a risk.
Yeah,
that's a risk. So, it's got to have. I think Fantastic Four is going to bomb. I think it's going to bomb. First of all, that franchise has never done well at the theater ever. They've made multiple movies.
The first two were really good,
but they didn't do well.
I'm pretty sure they actually did fine. They just didn't do well enough to keep paying Chris and just because everyone they cast, with the exception of Ben Grimm, was a or high B list actor at the time. Ian Gruffer was coming off of one of the largest cable television projects in history at the time with the Horatio Hornblower series.
I think Pedro, he came out the other day and made those comments about Rachel Zegler. Stupid.
Yeah. Again, and see, this is the other problem that they're going to have. Let's rewind every picture we've seen of Pedro Pascal in the last year. This guy is supposed to be playing a smart and handsome and strong character. And every time you see him in public, he looks gay.
I wonder why.
Yes, nobody.
Yeah.
Apparently, the only way that you get someone to tell you, "Hey, shut the fuck up," if you work for Disney, is to
if you're Gina Carano.
Yeah. If you're Gina Carano, or if you say your fifth stupid thing against your movie that you're in.
Yeah, like
the thing what's her Rachel got yelled at.
I think, and I'll be honest. I've said it someone else's stream. I can't remember who, but I gotta be honest. I thought Snow White was going to be a hit.
So I tell you what,
underestimated. I underestimated the vitriol.
I thought it was going to do okay, and I thought it was going to do okay because when the very first actual trailer came out, I was sitting. Now I haven't seen Snow White in 22 years. I was probably 8 the last time I saw it. So, and probably 9 the last time I saw Beauty and the Beast. But what I saw when I saw the very first trailer was this kind of reminds me of Snow White. And I thought that people who loved Snow White would flock to that. And not because I didn't think they would care.
I think, okay, a couple of things. One, they didn't want to have any little people in the movie, the dwarfs, at all. Mm-hmm. The title is Snow White, not Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. So it wasn't even in the title.
Yeah.
So they had backlash around that about finally putting the dwarfs in, but making them CGI, which was even more insulting. And then the prince wasn't a prince. He was a leader of bandits. And so you don't have the prince, which kids watching Snow White, that's why would you do that? And then all the Rachel stuff. And I had bought into what people have been saying about normies. Oh, most people with daughters, that were going to see Barbie, going to see Wicked and all that, they don't pay attention to Rachel Zegler's comments and all that stuff, right? And I bought into the fact that most people probably wouldn't, and they would go see it. But I think with what's just happened with Snow White, and I do agree with Felicity, people maybe weren't wanting a Snow White reboot because it's such it's the oldest property from Disney.
Yep.
But I think this shows how incompetent they are, that you can make all these mistakes. Now, granted, Rachel Zegler made some horrible mistakes in comments that she made, not only about potential audience goers, customers, but also about the property itself. That the prince was a stalker and all that. Is Disney's so incompetent that how could you screw this up that badly where the freaking Jason Statham movie beat you in week 2?
Well, I think Felicity hit it. I think Felicity hit it perfectly. If this had come out,
brand is tarnished.
If this had come out 2 years ago, I think it would have made
different story.
Yeah, $900 million because they wanted to have 7 other movies that they said it's a Disney movie. Of course, we're gonna go see it. And everyone finally had enough.
And what Felicity's saying there is that's going to carry over to Fantastic Four.
Not only is that going to carry over, we saw what it. I say Disney, you say
woke
princess.
Oh, you're talking about what they should be known for.
Yes. So what news did we get today? Disney has completely paused the development of the live action Rapunzel movie, the live action Tangled, which was one of Disney's best movies. I think it was the second highest animated movie for Disney, or third, because I think Moana took over Tangled. But I think it's Frozen, Moana.
Well.
Huh?
Moana's done well.
Yeah. I think it's Frozen, Moana, and then it's Tangled, I believe, because Tangled was super popular.
Look at the Moana animated live action, whatever. Mm-hmm. Look at the Moana sequel. Nobody came out and made negative comments.
Lilo and Stitch is going to I've said it a couple times. Okay,
it's going to make a ton of money.
I think Superman could make $1 billion. I was a little surprised that Snow White didn't make $600 million. A couple of 2 years ago, I said I thought Dead Reckoning with the push that Tom Cruise had done with the success of Maverick was going to make $1 billion. I think it made $400 million. I was wrong. Well, Lilo and Stitch is going to break the bank. It's going to do well. It's going to be the most successful live action animated project of all time.
Well, and none of the people out there are making stupid comments. I mean, I think it was
you have what genuinely feels like a true and caring attempt at making the live action.
Yeah, I think with Snow White, you had Gal playing the evil queen in the Gaza Israeli conflict war was going on.
Yep.
And so you had her, then you had Rachel, who was doing Free Palestine. So you had all this stuff merging in. Her insulting audience members, her insulting the IP that she was starring in, talking about how archaic, the story, original story was with a stalker. Then you add in the little people stuff where they originally did the magical beings and they weren't even going to have dwarves. You could tell by the fact they added them in at the end of the movie with the little dance scene where they're all wearing white. They plugged the dwarfs in, which means they weren't in there originally. So Disney ultimately is to blame, and they're already throwing Rachel under the bus. Like they're basically
and this is if I end up doing a legal stream
Disney's
Monday,
fault.
Yeah, if I end up doing a legal stream Monday, number one lawsuit that I'm reviewing is Rachel Zegler's lawsuit against Disney.
Well, Felicity, 100%. I know Rachel Zegler's an easy target. I've never done a video on her because I don't, it's not about piling on. She does deserve some blame. 100% she does. She's young and she's stupid and immature and narcissistic. But then again, so is every actor in Hollywood.
And everyone that's 22.
But where in the world is Disney's management and people to say, we're going to take over your Twitter when you do a movie with us for 12 months or however long. We're going to do management of your interviews.
That's what Amazon ended up doing with Richardson. Amazon called Richardson. I think it was probably about a day or two after his because he said it twice now.
A couple of different times.
He said he did an anti-MAGA thing about a year and a half ago. But it was after season 2. So it wasn't like, it wasn't leading up to the season. But then he started talking as we were getting ready for season 3 during the election. And Amazon called him and was like, you don't say another word against a citizen of the United States.
Well, look at, I always use the old adage Michael Jordan said back when they wanted him to be more politically active in the 80s and 90s. And he said, Republicans.
Fly me to Vegas?
No, he said, Michael Jordan had the famous line, Republicans buy sneakers too.
Yeah.
And so if you're an actor, nobody's saying that you can't have opinion or you
Does
can't
he really? Well, that's why they got.
He's also an asshole.
Yeah. Well, that's why they got what's her name diagnosed with autism.
And hey, listen, you and I talked about Alan Rickson when he started running his mouth, and I was like, I'm not even watching season 3. This idiot. Like,
did you watch it?
And he's older than. Listen, Rachel Zegler is like 20 years
22.
younger than him.
Yeah.
So I'm more hard on Alan Rickson than I am Rachel because she's taken a lot of bullets and rightfully so, but she's also young and like. And where is the
it's like I didn't think it was fair. There were people that were making fun of her for laughing when she saw her name on the movie. I didn't think that was fair because, brother, if I'm in a fucking Disney
Or,
movie and my name scrolls up first, there's going to be 1,000 videos of me going, "That's fucking me."
Yeah, she's an easy target. Like people showed a photo where she had little hair things on her back, and they're like, "Look at her back with hair on." I'm like, "Give me a break."
Well,
Like,
I think I saw Felicity reply to that as well, and it was like, "Are y'all kidding me?"
yeah, give me a
Exactly.
break.
What
Every dude
you're telling
that's
me
making
is
the
you've actually
comment,
never seen a woman before.
yeah, every dude that's making that comment, if they had a chance in hell of banging her, they would. So that's just stupid. But I do think she's bears some responsibility. But the company hiring her should say, "You haven't been doing this for a long time. We're going to teach you about management." And there would have been nothing wrong with her being in an interview or Instagram or something and saying, "I think these issues in the election, I mean, I'm voting this way, but my main thing I would just tell everybody is, hey, get out and vote." Like, you can say what you stand
what's
for
annoying
without
is
saying F half the country. Like,
yeah.
if I have a
Who's
business,
someone that did that was Taylor Swift did that.
yeah.
And as much as Taylor Swift annoys the hell out of me, mostly because I'm just sick and tired of seeing her when I watch a football game.
Yeah,
And
she got, but you know
that's
why?
why she got booed. That's why it wasn't because she was there supporting her man. It was because everyone's tired of seeing her. We're not there to watch her. We're there to watch the people on the field run the ball.
Yeah. Now she learned a lesson from going up against Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee years ago, and she got a lot of bullets for that. And so Taylor, she's not in her 20s. She's learned.
Yeah. She's 32.
34, 30. Yeah. She's over a decade older than Rachel. So to me, it's like, you can have your opinion, but if I'm running a business and you're working for me and I hire you, I'm like, hey, here's our potential customer base. It's 100 million people. And I go, Caleb, the goal is to potentially sell to 100 million people.
Yeah.
And if you do something that where you come back and you go, hey, Sean, I hate to tell you, but I think 40 to 50 million of these people that are potential, I may have said something that just eliminated them from being and I'll be like, are you an idiot? Like, if you want to go blow your own money, go start your own company. But when I hire you to do a job, but I don't think Disney was doing that. So they've run you could tell already they've run a smear campaign against Rachel Zegler. You can tell that's what's going on because they don't want to accept blame for themselves.
And why do we know that?
Shitty movie.
And why do we know that? Because the trades have started talking about it.
Of course.
They don't blow their nose unless Disney tells them they can. So the fact that they have willingly started saying, hey, Rachel Zegler might be the reason that this movie failed. Bob has called every single CEO of Variety, Hollywood Reporter, every single one of them said, you can go after her.
Yeah.
Every single one.
And you and I know that, like, I haven't seen the movie, but you can go by what people coming out of the theater reviews have said that have no bias at all. It's not a good movie. And the why they made the dwarves CGI, why they made the prince into a thief, and the casting of Gal Gadot is just as questionable as the cast as the Queen is just as questionable as Rachel and Snow White. And so they made a bad product. And they don't want to admit that. So they're going to throw this young girl. And for all intents and purposes, I know she can do Broadway because she can sing, right? She can sing.
Well, and that's one.
But her movie career is over for now.
Yeah, that's one of the things I said a couple of weeks ago. That what they should have done is, and I don't know why they only did it once. Doing it once was fucking dumb. They should have been doing this for like 10 weeks going up to the premiere. But she should have been going to every single Disney park. I don't care if it was Magic Kingdom, but every single Disney park, all 7 of them in Orlando, and doing a concert of pick 5 songs, do a flash mob of 5. That's one of the things that fucking Great Showman did. They did like 9 different flash mobs across New York and LA. And go do that. Have Rachel show up wearing the Snow White dress and sing 3 or 4 of the songs. That would have been so much better than letting her pop up for 20 minutes a week before the movie came out.
20 minutes. They canceled premieres.
Yeah,
like
they disinvited media.
listen, she's an easy target. I'm not here to make, excuses for her because I saw all the comments she made and I don't like any of them. But at the same time, man, it's, I know when you're young and you think the world of yourself because you're signing to do movies and you think that you've got all the answers to life, right? And that's what you have an agent and a manager for. Now, maybe she didn't listen to any of them, but I cannot believe that because Disney has a habit of encouraging this type of rhetoric. They've done it. And so I think that they liked it until the winds changed on them and people started saying, I'm tired of hearing all this crap.
Yep.
Whether you agree with it or not, people were just like, I just want to go be entertained. And then all of a sudden the word of mouth came out about, man, this movie, the doors look horrible. And the prince isn't the prince. And the story, it's not. And then it's like, oh, we have a bad movie. Well, Rachel Zegler's not responsible for that. Disney is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
So it's like, okay,
she is responsible for what she said online. Disney is responsible for everything else.
And Reacher
and 5% of what she said.
Alan Rickson is responsible for what he says. And if they make a bad season 3 and the ratings aren't good, he'll take bullets. But if they say, season 3 was pretty good, I thought it was average.
Yeah. So I think 3 was the worst one of the 3.
But if it gets good ratings,
it's still a good season of television.
If he gets good ratings, he's going to have a chance to do more work.
Yeah.
And he'll either learn.
They've already confirmed season 4. They're working on season 4. My hope is that they pick one of the earlier books. I think the earlier ones are better. I'd love for them to do the 3rd one. He teams up with like his old general. It would be really good.
But the key is, Kayla, is that I agree season 3 was the worst of the 3. I just thought it was average. Yeah. But the ratings for it, the viewership, I haven't seen all that yet. But if it does fine, then, and we'll know in the next couple of weeks, because a lot of people wait till the season ends and then they binge it. So we'll know.
Well, we know that Amazon already announced times and stuff, like actual minutes watched and shit like that. And it's Amazon's highest, most well-received thing they've done.
Well, probably the more apt comparison is because he's a TV guy. Alan Rickson's not starring in movies, and Rachel was starring in tentpole movies the last 1 or 2. The more comparison is actually Pedro, because Rachel's going to have to go to Broadway. I don't see her. No big studio is going to bank on her moving forward until things change. So she's going to have to go to Broadway. Whereas Pedro, how many movies is this guy going to get before people say, we don't want to have him be the lead in any movies anymore? I mean, some of these people are going to get other chances. She's not.
Yeah, she's going to have to. I mean, does she? Unless she's got something in production right now that can give everyone like a mouthwash. Rachel Zegler. She's got nothing in production right now. So Snow White was the last thing. But see, I mean, this is the other stuff. Disney also kind of messed up by casting someone that really hadn't done, because remember, they cast her like 3 years ago. And 3 years ago, she's 19, and all she had done was West Side Story, and she was in the middle of Shazam. I think there are better ways. I think there were better people to cast. I think Disney really messed up in their handling of everything. And I mean, like we said earlier, I think the majority of the blame is on Disney.
She's starring in Evita, London's West End, so she's going back to theater.
Okay.
In London again. I mean, she's probably done with movies. She's probably done. And this dickhead Pedro Pascal is going to get 5 more projects.
Zendaya is going to get everything that they were getting ready to cast.
A guy who completely bailed on his co-star in Mandalorian, let her hang out to dry, and then comes to the defense of Rachel Zegler a week ago.
Who needs to be held by men?
Yeah.
Remember that picture?
Yeah, the race swap for
What's up,
Snow White.
Comics
Yeah,
Dad?
it's just Disney screwed up all the way around. And at some point, I said this with the Marvel stuff. I've said it with Lucasfilm. I've said it with leadership of Disney. Like, these people that are in charge, how many hundreds of millions of dollars do you have to lose before Kevin Feige's fired? Before Kathy can't, don't get me started on her. Like,
yeah, we'll be here all night.
Before people are fired at the decision maker level, they throw actors under the bus, they throw directors under the bus, and they throw writers under the bus. They throw everybody on the bus, but they're the ones that encourage this behavior and don't manage their talent. Remember when Bob Iger came out and said about
who came out?
No, he talked about who was the woman director, the black woman that was directing. Was it Madam Web?
No, that's Patty Jenkins, isn't it?
No. Who directed Madam Web? Madam Web. S.J. Clarkson. No, maybe it was Wrinkle. Golly. Oh,
Wrinkle of Time was.
I know what it was. The Marvels. The Marvels.
Okay.
Was directed by Nia DaCosta. Okay. So remember Bob Iger came out and said, "Oh, well, we needed to have more oversight on the movie because they knew the Marvels was going to go bust." And I'm like, he started talking about having to micromanage Nia DaCosta. That would have fixed that. I'm like, dude, that is like you're killing someone's career when you're the CEO of Disney and you're speaking in code. You don't have the balls to come out and say, well, this woman just didn't know what she was doing, and we just didn't know that until she was already in the midst of directing. We should have been more involved in managing her every day. That's kind of what he was saying. He gave an interview. He was sitting on a stage, and he just threw Nia DaCosta under the bus. And I'm like, dude, yeah, like Nia DaCosta, why more minorities need to turn it down? I would, man, just like what Boyega was saying, don't go to work for them. They minimized you on a freaking poster, dude. The fans didn't do that. Bob Iger and Kathy Kennedy did that. Like, that's why it's like, man, it.
But this is the other thing. So this is the big problem with. I see it a lot in Disney. I don't see it a lot in other studios, but I do know other studios do it. These studios have a habit of picking people that should not have that job. Nia DaCosta probably should have had a producer credit or maybe a assistant director or something like that. But she should not have been the director on a tentpole movie for the largest studio in America. It is ridiculous that you've got someone that directed a short, 2 movies I never heard of. Or sorry, Little Woods, I've never heard of it. 2 episodes of Top Boy, again, never heard of it. It sounds like a gay TV show.
She did Candyman.
And then the bad reboot of Candyman.
Yeah.
Like,
but it didn't lose money though.
What part of that says I deserve to direct a Marvel movie? Yeah. All because, and I hate to say it, that we all know why she got the fucking job. Because she checked 3 different boxes. And Disney wants, especially in 2022, Disney wanted boxes checked.
Yeah, and then keep in mind, Nia DaCosta didn't check the box. She was working and took the job. Not her fault. It's the fault of Disney. Then they turn around and go, "Hey, we're gonna virtue signal. We're gonna do, we're gonna check the box. We're gonna hire Nia DaCosta to do the Marvels, and then we're gonna throw her under the bus when it doesn't do well. When we're the ones responsible for not managing Brie Larson for the last few years and not managing this character, this property, and so now she's doing this Sony movie with Jack O'Connell and Aaron Taylor Johnson 28 years later, the
Bone Temple
with Sony, and I want to see that. I want to see that be a hit, so she can turn around and do an interview and say, you know what, I'm never going back to a place like Disney again. I want to see those people do well, and then realize that they don't be part of those companies anymore, because some of the most racist crap that is done by companies like Disney. When you cast people for roles just based on checking a box or for directing or writing, like,
and that's what the fucking
Academy.
The Academy has ruined movies over the last decade. There's two decisions they made. Wow, I wish I didn't have that up right now. There's two decisions the Academy has made that has ruined movies. One was saying and it was led by Steven Spielberg, saying that we will never consider a streaming movie for an Oscar. I believe they've now changed that, but that was a big thing. I think about 2014, they decided that no streaming movie will ever win an Oscar. And then the next was about 3 years later when they created the checklist. And you can get out of doing, and this is one of the things that I think HBO, or I thought HBO was going to do, was try to get out of having the requirements of cast look a certain way by having the crew look a certain way. So you can have an all white male WASP class or cast if your crew is like 70% non-white male. And crew's a lot of stuff. So that's kind of what I thought, and I thought HBO was going to go that way with Harry Potter, mostly because of how they went with the cast for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and the two shows are cast by the same woman. So, what the fuck happened, lady?
Well, and look, I mean, while we're talking about like the check boxes aren't just about race and gender. It's also about, this is the son of Lawrence Kasdan, who's never done shit, but write like an episode of Freaks and Geeks. Let's give him Willow, the series, and be the writer and executive producer. Let's let him be a writer on Solo, a Star Wars story. And then when it hits the shitter, they go, we don't know what happened. I'll tell you what happened.
But then all they do is they basically just hop over to IMDb Pro and go, he's done some pretty good, or she's done some pretty good stuff. And nothing about what did they do in that? It's like, we know Masson Tomlin, writing the Aegon series, he wrote the Terminator anime, he's helping write Reeves's The Batman 2. But he got those jobs because he was an uncredited writer for The Batman. So you have to do a very small amount of writing to not be credited. There's a limit, and I can't remember what it is, but my understanding is it's basically like, if you write more than like 3 paragraphs, you have to be credited.
He was the showrunner on Willow.
Yeah.
And a writer on Solo Star.
Not Tomlin.
No, Jonathan Kasdan. So I'm just saying, there's not just, there's also the what do you call it? The when it's someone in the family or someone nepotism.
Yeah.
So there's that as well. And I'm critical of that. Like I did videos like when we first started our channel going, this Jonathan Kasdan should never be allowed to work again. This guy's horrible.
Yeah.
The only reason he got hired is because of his daddy was Lawrence Kasdan. Like, that's it. And he was given a chance with, how much did it cost to make Willow? It was so bad.
Like $90 million, wasn't it?
It was so bad. They
pulled it to take the tax write-off.
Michael Gandolfini. That's James's son, right? That they gave the role to the Saints of Newark. The prequel. Listen, to what Felicity was saying, we've talked about like Hollywood has issues around agendas and the biases they're bringing and trying to write things for the modern audience and casting and direct. We've talked about all that to death. But the thing that is bigger than any of that we're seeing with these shows and movies is competence. You're either good enough or you're not. The people that should be writing stories and should be directing stories, you know, they're the ones that if they're given an opportunity, they show you they have talent. Hey, I had a James Eggers and even what's his name that had the horrible Indiana Jones movie, but he did the Bob Dylan movie, Complete Unknown. And
shit.
James
Mangold.
Like, there's directors that, like, you go, okay, I know if you give this director $60 million, they're going to make a movie that is going to be high quality. It may not make 300 million, but it's not going to lose, but it's going to be a high quality movie. But do you want to give James Mangold $350 million to do Indiana Jones? That's not his kind of thing. He's proven by now that the movies he does are different, and the cream rises to the top. If you have talent will win out. And Mangold, everything he's done outside of Lucasfilm is good. So you got to ask yourself the question, because I was hard on him with Indiana Jones, but like, was he the problem? No, he wasn't the problem. The problem was Lucasfilm. And so these companies, they're bringing in people, whether it's nepotism or DEI or, checkbox, whatever they're doing. Whoever you're going to hire, they have to be competent. And the only way to show competence is if you're going to hire someone to do a $200 or $300 million movie, which I can make a case you shouldn't spend $300 million on any movie.
I don't think there's a movie that's ever come out that should have cost $300 million.
Right. Like I'll give you a prime example. They're doing the Odyssey right now. And I would say, okay,
long ships. The budget Greeks and Viking longships.
But they're going to spend like $300 million on that movie, and with a who's who cast. And I would say, okay, I got faith in Christopher Nolan. He's the greatest living director, I think, today. But do you know the great movies he's done, what their budgets were?
Also, who was in those movies?
Do what?
So think about the actors in those movies when they were when he was doing those movies. In my opinion, with the exception of McConaughey in Interstellar, they weren't who's who's. I think Christopher Nolan's best movie is The Prestige. And no one in that movie, with the exception of Michael Caine, who was in the movie. Oh, I'll bet you it was like $30 million. Well, let's say $60 million.
Even the Batman movies, Dark Knight and Inception, nothing to the level of this. And
$40 million was The Prestige, and I think it is his best movie.
What was the budget of Oppenheimer?
Wasn't it astronomical?
No.
What?
No, like 130.
So I think it. So this says 100 million, but I think it depends on a lot of stuff, because I would also count IMAX having to retrofit like 300 movie theaters.
Okay, let's say it was 120. 120 and it made over 900. So let me
almost $1 billion.
Oppenheimer, $120 million. His budget for Odyssey is $250.
Yeah.
So even the great, like, so your talent is like, okay, I understand why he wants to do this big movie, and now he's got pressure because in the past when Christopher Nolan did a movie and it made $400 million, he was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
Now it's Odyssey has to make $1 billion or it's a failure. And so to me, it's like there's competent directors and talent. Then there's the studios that are setting them up to fail with overblown budgets, and and so what happens is if this movie is good, the Odyssey's good, but it grosses 700 million, and they come out and go, it lost money. They're not going to say, oh, it's the studio. They're going to say it's Nolan. He's going to get blamed for that. Just like James Mangold, we blamed Lucasfilm for Indiana Jones, but there was a lot of things in the trades talking about James Mangold. Well, he did interviews where he, people got upset because he said this or he said that, and like, what did Mangold do? He turned around, went right into making the Bob Dylan movie, and it was fantastic. But
so
it wasn't a big budget movie.
I got really excited the other day because I saw headlines saying Denis Villeneuve says he's done with Dune after Messiah, but I read Denis Villeneuve says he's done with Dune Messiah. And I was like, oh shit, yes, he's leaving that shit. And I was really excited to see like people freaking out. Oh my God, what are we gonna do without our savior? And I read the damn headline wrong.
Yeah,
that's really annoying.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, when they make a movie about Denis Villeneuve, Patty Considine has to play him because they're twins. Like, I don't think we've ever seen them in the same place. And it's because they're the same person. They look like Denis Villeneuve looks like Viserys Targaryen.
Well, and talking about like Complete Unknown, James Mangold, I didn't realize that when they did A Complete Unknown, it was the most expensive movie in Searchlight history, $100 million.
Wow.
And I didn't know that. I thought it was more like 50.
Yeah.
A lot of his previous movies prior to Indiana Jones were like 50 to 80 million or less.
Mm-hmm.
So it grossed 136 million in the theaters. It didn't make money. So now James Mangold, I think he made a really good movie. But now
I haven't heard a single person say it's a bad movie. The problem is I think it was a limited audience. Yes, it's a very as popular as Bob Dylan is with people over the age of 50. I think that it's a very limited audience.
There's a lot of people in their 20s who don't even know who Bob Dylan is.
Yeah,
and
I think they were hoping that he had the star quality to bring those people in.
And it was not going to be an Elvis movie. It wasn't going to be that. And then you got the new Beatles movie coming out, like they announced it
on the same day.
Yeah, they have the cast.
That's a mistake.
Paul Mescal.
Yeah, it's a good cast. I'm good with the cast.
Yeah,
and they've got the woman that just played the whore in the whore movie. She's gonna play the other whore in the I'm gonna assume the second and third movies. What's her name? The woman that ruined the Beatles.
Yoko?
Yeah. Maisie, whatever her name is. She's playing Yoko in what I'm assuming is going to be the third and fourth movies.
Yeah, that's a long story. Yoko didn't really cause the breakup.
Yeah,
but
she did.
She's playing.
100%. She was a Chinese spy who wanted to ruin the and she's not even Chinese, but she wanted to ruin the Beatles because they were spreading too far into communism and bringing Western values, even though they weren't really big Western values.
That's a cool idea for a Tarantino alternate universe movie where Priscilla Presley and Yoko Ono do a Kill Bill and they fight to the death. The one that survived.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Felicity. Yoko was on the fucking grassy knoll.
But yeah, you're right. People under 30 don't know Bob Dylan, not to levels of going to the movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's
why releasing these in theaters is a bad idea.
Yeah,
they're not going to make their money back. They're better off doing a direct to streaming deal where that Netflix or someone pays them $150 million and they go and make their movies.
But like, look at James Eggers, like. They were saying, "Oh, this guy's making these really creepy movies. But he's really good. He's got talent."
You mean
Robert Eggers. I'm sorry. What did I say? James Eggers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Robert Eggers. and then he does Nosferatu and like knocks it out of the park, right? He shows like, hey, this guy is one of the best directors out there right now, but he knows his lane. He does horror.
Absolutely.
And,
well, he does. I don't think he does horror. He does dark.
Yeah.
Because the Northman is not horror.
That's right.
Dark.
That's right. And he also did.
I also don't think
The Lighthouse.
The Lighthouse and The Witch. I've never seen The Witch, but I don't think The Witch is supposed to be horror either. I think it's supposed to be dark.
I love Northman. I loved it.
Yeah, which again, I mean, Northman is just fucking Lion King, which is just fucking Hamlet. That's all. Yeah. That's all it is. But there's a reason that those movies do well. There's a reason why William Shakespeare is the GOAT.
But you know what?
His stories are a tale as old as time.
These studios have no originality, no sense of, how to deal with talent. Right? They're going to go to Robert Eggers, and they're going to be like, we'll give you $200 million to do one of these properties like that. They're going to do that. And that is a surefire way to ruin the guy's career. He's proven like give him a budget that makes sense, just like James Mangold, and let him pick the projects that he's passionate about. And you can decide whether to put them on streaming, Apple Plus or the theater. But like at the end of the day, once they find their niche, don't put them in a position where they can fail. And that's what they've been doing with directors, like we talked about Nia DaCosta, and actors, Rachel Zegler. Now, some of these people, like can Brie Larson evolve and learn and become better? Some of them,
Well, absolutely, because Brie Larson had a very good career. She's got a solid movie career, a solid TV career.
Well, and she did something on the Sexes thing on Apple, and she got nominated for that. For like
the problem is that Brie Larson gets into those the media for Endgame and says and someone makes I think it was Mackie made the joke, oh, are you the female Tom Cruise? She goes, no, I'm just me, or something like that, acting as if, how dare you say I can only be the female Tom Cruise. And the problem is that no one said anything. No one called her and said, hey man, I'm sorry, hey woman, this kind of acting like this on this big of a project is not something that you want to do for your career. It's not going to work. So you need to make a tweet that says something along the lines of, I would love it if at the end of my career I was called the female James Bond. Or Tom Cruise.
How I tie everything back to Elvis, but there's a lesson for everything we're talking about. Pull up on your search right now and type in for like YouTube or whatever, Elvis comment Vietnam.
Oh, yeah.
This is, if I was running a studio or management or whatever, I would play this for every single actor or actress that I hired and say, this was the biggest star in the world. And you could learn something from his answer to this question where he's baited by a journalist in the middle of the Vietnam War. And listen to this.
This is during the protests about the Vietnam War.
Like the biggest star in the world.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just wanted to keep my own personal views about that to myself, because I'm just an entertainer, and I'd really not say.
Do you think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Okay, smack that. Perfect.
That should be played for, because none of these people we've talked about are even in the same galaxy as the fame of Elvis, and he was smart enough to go, you know what? His drugs, his stuff was good, Felicity. My dad can attest to that. But like that's the answer, right, Caleb?
Yeah.
I'm an entertainer, and because he wants people to buy tickets to his show and get away from what's going on in the world. Escapism. It's like, I don't want to go to the show and go, okay, he's going to start talking about this, or he believes this, or did you hear what he said? No. I want to go to the show or the movie or watch the show and go, I don't want to think about Alan Rickson talking about how half the country is idiots. I want to see Jack Reacher mess people up. Like, I don't want to get taken out of that. And so when these people run their mouth, whatever way they run their mouth is, I don't want to hear any. I don't. The actor is to me no different than the post person. It's dropping my mail off at the box. I don't go down to my mailbox and go, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I just want my fucking mail.
Well, like
there's no value to an entertainer telling me what they think about stuff like this.
Who was the really big news guy in the 60s?
Walter Cronkite?
I think it was Cronkite. So Cronkite was sick one day and he couldn't do the news. And so the next guy up comes in and do the news. And he's going through everything. He's doing a pretty good job. And then he says something like, and I think that's pretty cool. And Cronkite called the studio after and put him on the phone and said, "No one gives a fucking shit what you think.
That's
Report the fucking news." And yeah, I mean, and honestly, no one cares. I do not give a shit what Mel Gibson, what Jim Caviezel, what Alan Richardson. I don't care what they think. Even if I agree with them, I don't care. Do your fucking project and let me just enjoy it. Your whole job is to make me forget about the shit going on outside my front door.
That's right.
That's it. That's your job. You are a clown. Dance for me.
Yeah, and they don't like it. Like it's at the end of the day, the art speaks. If you want to tell a story and you want to write scripts that cover topics that are topical, man, those things are made all the time, and I love them. Like if I go in,
doing a lot of those, Angel Studios is doing a lot of those.
You're watching something that is.
Yeah, I think you're back.
Did we lose you? Okay.
Are you there? Am I gone?
Can you hear me? No, I can hear you.
Okay. That was weird.
Yeah.
You're saying that what we need are like good topics, like movies that are about stuff that aren't necessarily good or bad, but at least interesting. And Angel Studios is doing those. Like I have never seen a studio pump out stuff like Angel Studios is doing. And there hasn't been a studio in my lifetime that's pumped out as many projects that I've gone, that's really interesting. Like, I don't think there's a single project that because they're putting so much money into ads and stuff, so everyone gets them. I don't think there's a single project that I've scrolled through and seen an ad and gone, absolutely not a single one of their things. There's ones that I've gone, no, I don't think I'll see that in theaters. But so many of them, like I've got an ad here for Zero AD. They're doing one about King Herod. It's Herod, right? That tries to
tries to have all the babies killed.
Yeah. They're doing one about Herod sending the army out to kill all the babies born within the last 6 months.
Yeah.
And Sam Worthington is playing the head of the army. And it looks like Ben Mendelsohn is going to play Herod. And I think Jim Caviezel is going to play Joseph.
Okay. Like a great example of movies can have messages, right? That's fine. All the President's Men, look at Shawshank Redemption is a great example. You watch Shawshank Redemption, what do you take from it? Like different individuals watching that movie could take something very different from, like, were they preaching? Was there a message in there? It had a lot of different layers to it. And
definitely don't drop the soap.
Well, but there's a line in it, that Morgan Freeman says, Red says, get to living or get to dying. Like, and you go, man, like, do you have to, did they set out to have a message in the movie, or was it just a great story?
Absolutely they did. There's no way in hell that you do the halfway home stuff and not have a message about that.
Yeah. but it was so well written.
I remember the first time I saw that, and I saw him, off himself. My first thought was, I can never go to jail. Prison is not something I want.
Yeah,
that really made me decide. Not that I was ever really likely going to go to prison, but that right there made me think I never want to even have the ability to go to prison.
Yeah, so you watch something, and when it's well done, Oppenheimer, people were like, "Oh, what was the message in Oppenheimer?" Like, I don't know. What do you think the message was? Because I went and watched the movie, and it didn't beat you over the head with a message of the bomb is bad and we shouldn't have done this. We shouldn't have. It showed you the perspective of what was going on in the war and in the world, and in different scientific viewpoints, how they were used by the military, how they were using it for their own fame and and you have these characters interacting with each other. Einstein talking to Oppenheimer about what he'd gone through and how his ideas had been used for the wrong thing. But at the end, people criticize. They go, well, in the movie, they didn't show the bomb actually killing everybody in Japan. They should have shown it for the effect. No, he did that for a reason.
Yeah.
He wanted you walked out of the movie theater and you could have said, man, I don't know what I got from it, but man, what a great movie. I enjoyed the movie. I thought it was a great, cinematic experience. And enough people thought that because the movie had no fist fights or nothing in it. And it made almost $1 billion. But you could also walk out of that theater and say, damn, man, that's got me thinking, what's the lesson that Oppenheimer left us with? Like, I've become destroyer of worlds, right? Like you walk out of that and it's like, you may have walked out of it saying, I didn't really get any type of message, but I just thought it was a great movie. And I could be sitting right next to you and go, I got something deep from it. It's got me thinking.
Yeah.
And that's when you've done your job, because people don't feel like you're beat over the head and lectured to about a societal issue, a religious issue, a violence issue, a racial issue. But when it's well done, you go, listen, whatever my view of the world or whatever, I'm enjoying this because it's a great storyteller that is showing me their work of art or entertainment, and I take out of it what I might. We've talked about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones had a lot of things that went on the first 6-7 seasons of that show, and because it was so well done, you're like, I don't care. I didn't have any issue with when Oberyn and them showed up from Dorne and they talked about they had different views of sexuality and customs and all that.
Yep.
It fit the story. It fit the story, the narrative. Nobody was going, oh my gosh, that episode last night, man, I'm not watching this show anymore. No, people were like, that makes sense for what's going on in the world of Westeros. And it's so well written. It's so well done. I don't have a problem with it. I get what they're trying to do. They're telling a story. But when something is poorly done and people aren't competent, then you see right through, you see to their biases and their agendas when there's no talent. It's like you see something and you go, I'm not interested in that. Like, we don't kill little girls in Dorne. Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in that show that, you could watch an episode and say, man, that's got me thinking about that. Like, what show have you ever seen on TV that has had better female characters than Game of Thrones? And we can name the characters. We can name Yara and Cersei and Arya and Sansa and Daenerys and Missandei and Catelyn. I mean, we could go Brienne of Tarth. They literally had, you could count on your hands, at least 13 to 20 female characters, of which if you went and talked to a fan anywhere in the world right now, there's a boy or girl or somebody somewhere anywhere in the world that says Brienne of Tarth is my favorite character in Game of Thrones. Missandei is my favorite character. Arya is my favorite character. Cersei was my favorite female character. Even though I love Daenerys, but Cersei was bad. Like there's all these characters, and you go, Catelyn Stark. There's people that read the books that were like, I can't believe we're not going to get to see Lady Stoneheart.
Oh my gosh. Yep.
Like there's all these characters, and you go, man, if you were a female actor trying to make a living, and there was nothing better to be on than Game of Thrones.
I'll tell you what, I wonder if the reason
it's because it was written well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if the reason that they chose not to do Stoneheart is not only because they wanted to tone down the mysticism, but because what's her name had already had another job. She wasn't available.
Yeah, there was also some stuff around what was going to happen with John too. Why they didn't want to explore that. But that pissed George off. That was one of the beginnings of George kind of exiting. I mean, Ilaria's Sand and like the Sand Snakes and like there's so many.
Yeah, the Sand Snakes were weird.
Yeah, they didn't handle all that right, but those actors did a good job. They've gone on to do other work. The one girl was in Iron Fist and from Marvel.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and like so, like if something is written well. Nobody's going to criticize, oh, man, they got too many females in this, or they got 2 minutes of this, or they're covering. No, if it's done well, people will come. It's like,
and it's like, what's it called? If you build it, they will come.
Well, yeah, like, look, I mean, so we don't talk about that enough. We talk about all the stuff, the reasons why things are the content that's put out for us to digest. But what trumps all of it is if you aren't good at what you do, people aren't going to watch it.
Or people aren't going to play it. And we're going to end with this. So we've been talking for about 2.5 years now that there's one thing that they need to make a video game about. And I've said that I don't really think they need to make it during a certain period. I think they need to make it outside of something we've already seen on television or in books. You said that you think Game of Thrones would actually make that the time period would actually make a great game. So they are making a game. It's called The King's Road. You've heard of this, correct?
Yeah.
Have you seen the 5 minutes of gameplay?
I have not. When's it supposed to come out?
So it's already out on Steam. You can buy it now. You buy early access now for $31, or you can wait for it to be free to play on your phone.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it on my phone.
Yeah, so this is it. There's a couple things that I'm going to stop, and I just want you to tell me what's not right. Okay.
You know, reading someone else's letters is very impolite. Very impolite indeed.
Notice anything?
Are they the Flayed Man?
That's the Flayed Man, which makes them loyal to House Bolton.
Yep.
Who is sorry? This takes place during season 4,
and they're at King's Landing.
They're at King's Landing. Takes place during season 4. Makes sense. There might have been some Boltons there. So Roose
unlikely.
Is now, unlikely, but there might have been. Roose is now the Warden of the North, loyal to the King, loyal to, depending on when in season 4 this is, loyal to either Joffrey or Tommen. So these people, these Northmen, are stopping who I believe is your character, because they're going to kill her. Can
you choose a male character to play?
I'm not sure. Maybe, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Take Renan's rest or a watch line.
You can't be dull enough to.
What? Why does that look like Michael Jackson?
I don't even care what it looks like. What do you see right here? I see a Kraken.
That's a Greyjoy.
Yeah. On what fucking world is a Greyjoy getting into King's Landing in season 4?
This has me worried that they're just sticking symbols on characters without knowing any backstory or anything.
So let me see if okay.
But I don't know.
I'll just go this shot. Okay, so this right here, this is the lady. She's the Greyjoy. You clearly play as her. I don't know if you play as her the entire time or if you play as her maybe.
The question is, can you, when you're picking your character, whether you can pick male, female, dark hair, light hair, whatever,
yeah,
are they allowing you to also pick sigils like to go on your stuff.
Well, that's the thing. So I was just looking at another thing. Apparently, you also play as a Northman. You're supposed to be like the second son of a minor Northern lord.
Right.
So I don't understand how you end up playing as a Greyjoy, but so you've got a Greyjoy here who is she is if you go back to the beginning, you see that she has a task to go find Sir Jaime Lannister. So enemy of the crown has been attacking the realm up and down the Riverlands, up and down the north, destroying Roose Bolton's forces for years now. Is trying to go meet the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard so that she can deliver a letter telling him that this guy, who is supposed to be a Bolton, loyal to the crown, is actually against the crown. So again, why is a Greyjoy doing this? Really kind of shoddy combat. I'm not impressed by any of it.
Yeah.
Here's Jaime in his season 4 and 5 garb that he wore all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you hear that panting?
Yeah.
Now, that might be this guy that she's almost just killed. But what I think it actually is, I think it's the giant, fat member of the city guard. That's who I think is actually panting.
I could have sworn I ordered you out of the keep.
Yeah, so there's Jaime. Sounds a little like him. Like I'm cool, all that. But again, why is a Greyjoy trying to help him? And so there's back and forth. I kind of believe the evidence. I don't. I wanted a conference with the king. Okay, let's take you. And so then Varys shows up. Here's Varys.
As Master of Whisperers, I do feel it's my duty to inform you that you may be making a poor decision.
Lord Varys, how kind of you to join us.
I just have.
So the only thing that really, the only reason he kind of looks like Varys is because he's bald.
Yeah. They used a different person's face.
Yeah. Let's see. So you basically end up getting to go have a conference with the king.
Show me Jaime again. That's all right.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It doesn't look great because, again, this is being made for the iPhone.
Yeah.
So you're being allowed to go meet with the king. Okay. Season 4. You're about to see something that makes me think this is probably after episode 2 because I think Joffrey's probably dead.
Okay. Okay.
Cersei is sitting the throne.
Okay.
That ass would not have touched the Iron Throne until after Tywin was dead. There's no chance in hell Tywin lets his daughter sit the throne.
Right.
And this again, it's not season 5, it's season 4. Tywin's still alive. He's the hand of the king.
And we have
after Tywin, it was Kevin, and after Kevin, it's Jaime.
Sister.
Thank you.
And the reason I think Tommen is king is because she's wearing black. I think Joffrey's dead
for mourning. Yeah.
But
he said he didn't say queen. He said sister. So
yeah,
in
fact, and she does say something. Yeah, she does say something about people kneel when they speak before the Queen Mother.
It is customary
here we go.
To bend the knee in the presence of the Queen Mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had Robb Stark's head brought in.
So, and again, I think this is pretty close after the Red Wedding because she mentions Robb Stark's head, which would have decomposed by now if it's later in the season. But there's other stuff coming from in this game that people have already started playing the early access. The big selling point of this has apparently been Kit actually came back to voice John.
Oh, he did?
But yeah. So this is just not what I think anyone wanted when they made a Game of Thrones.
Yeah. I mean, I do like, if you can go around and explore all these different places, right? I like that.
But again, this is an iPhone game. There's no way you're there. This thing is going to be on rails.
Yeah. 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 Look, I mean, I've said before, like with Hogwarts Legacy, like let's, put the money in and make this world immersive to where you can explore, like with Westeros, like you could explore so many different places and you can constantly be upgrading, the game, right? Oh, they just added this with the Reach, or they added this with the Stormlands.
You make it like Destiny and shit like that.
Just keep adding to it. Same thing with Harry Potter games, like Lord of the Rings. Just you could keep adding stuff to it, like where people keep playing it, man. The audience just builds over a period of 5 to 10 years. But I don't know why they chose a mobile game for the first one. It's frustrating because obviously.
So, here's a scene. Someone tells. So it looks like they're north of the wall, and someone says, "Tell Thorne what we've seen." So, and then there's another scene where it kind of looks like John is giving an order. So it might be closer to the end of season 4 where because John's not even Lord Commander until season 5. Because the Battle for the Wall is episode 9 of season 4.
Yeah, yeah.
So
it's season 4.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. I think, and you've got people that are talking about how great this game is, and there's one person that I may end up following some of his shit because he actually got up there and he was like, "Look, they've offered everyone $100 to shield this game. This is the thing that they offered me. I don't think this is worthy of even saying you should go play it."
Yeah.
And I commented on someone else's video like, why'd you take money for this, dude? This thing looks terrible. And I listed my issues with it, and a bunch of people reply like, "What are you talking about? Well, Cersei sat the throne several times." It's like, not in season 4, you dumbass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think that's 4 hours, bud.
Yeah,
and it's 11:40, and I have work tomorrow. I wish I didn't.
Buddy. Hopefully, I can survive another night of storms. Last night was not.
Yeah, dude, I've heard it's not going great up there.
We had 16 tornadoes within 60 miles.
Shit.
16. There's a town called Selmer where like 10% of the town is gone.
Holy shit, that's terrible.
It rolled through here last night. And look, whenever you're part of in these storms, like it's just the luck of the draw of it landing. 12 around Nashville. Like I'm south of Nashville, so like Arkansas coming into Tennessee. Like, man, it's the luck of the draw. You can watch the news and they're like, "Hey, here's where we think the trajectory." Within seconds.
It changes.
It can come out of the sky and it hits right on top of you, and that's it. So now we're dealing with flooding from now until Sunday. Today was just a downpour, didn't stop all day. So
yeah, I mean it's wrecking Kentucky right now.
Power went out from us from 1:30 to like 7:30. Yeah, so it's been rough, but hopefully we're at the back end of it. But
fingers crossed, man.
I'm gonna go check on the boys, and they're in bed now, and watch Mobland.
I might go watch Mobland too, dude. I started. Did you ever watch the Las Vegas show with Josh Duhamel and Ed Kane?
Yes.
Yeah, I started rewatching. I remember it used to come on TV, maybe even when it was actually coming on TV. And
James Caan was in that, right?
Yeah, James Caan. No, Caan. Yeah.
Jimmy Caan.
Yeah. I remember watching it, here and there, and being like, "Oh, this is kind of fun." I started watching it the other day. It's a really good show. Like, and it's one of those shows that you definitely couldn't make today because there's too many hot women in it.
Oh yeah. You know what? And then we'll go. You know what? Everybody's telling me I have to watch now.
What?
Everybody's telling me this, and I just don't know if I want to do it. But The Pit with Noah Wiley.
Oh yeah, I've been hearing kind of the same thing too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I'm starting with Mobland tonight. It's Pierce
Yeah.
Brosnan, Helen Mirren, and Tom Hardy.
I know,
baby.
dude. How can you? I mean, they could have just walked out and read the menu of a restaurant, and I'd have been like, "This is fucking awesome."
Oh, dude, three great actors.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, guys, thank you all so much, Felicity, Clyde, all the lurkers, Comics Dad. I am beyond blessed. I hope you all have a great Friday, and I hope you have an even better weekend. And don't forget, live over at History of Pirates tomorrow, talking about the last 3 episodes of The Lost Pirate Kingdom. Peace out, guys.